3. Excuse the delay. It's time to go ahead and get the court going here. Call to order at 10:03. And we'll start off with public comments on agenda items. Do we have any? Chelsea, do we have any?
Yes, I gave you a paper with her name and information on it.
Right here.
It's a long piece of paper.
Oh, Christy.
Goodness
If it's
gracious.
gonna be that kind of day, I'm going home.
Is this Christy Doherty?
Good morning. I'm Christy Daughtry. I'm actually the board liaison for Gainesville Hospital District. I come to speak about the support of creating an Office of Election Administration and in consideration to y'all's budget. Right now, Cooke County elections are maintained by many entities. The new role could change that, making elections more efficient and voter-friendly with uniformity. This would allow a department to solely focus on the election requirements and not other duties, and I think could build better community trust. Elections would be more transparent and fair with the office. Our main goal when we do elections is to make the voting process something that everyone trusts. Since this is not an elected position, we feel that it would help the perception that politics playing a role as this person is appointed. The position does report to an elections commission that would have to be created that is held by the county judge, county clerk, county tax assessor, and the county chair of each political party, and that is set up by the state legislation. The Commissioner's Court does have the final approval on the establishment, suspension, and termination of employment. It also has the authority to eliminate the position and determine the budget. So if y'all gave it a chance and it didn't work, then y'all could eliminate the position and go back. We'd like you to consider the advantages to our voters while making the decision. Please keep in mind that there is no additional cost by creating the position and helping local entities. So you actually get to charge for those services at cost plus a 10% administration fee. The success of our 2020 election that was required due to COVID with contracting is a testament to the proposal demonstrating that there is room to improve the voting experience. This is the time to consider hiring the election administrator to be involved in this year's process and prepare for the transition of duties. I did provide you an overall summary of other counties' budgets that is comparable to our county size, along with some statistics that show how many people are staffed and contact information to their current election administrator that have shown support and would be happy to address any queries that you have regarding the role of an election administrator and help gather data. The finalized and detailed information is with Chelsea outlining each one, so I just summarized it for you. I think the option for creating an election administrator also would help us go in the process of countywide voting. Based on legislation laws, we could limit the polling location, which would also decrease the budget for maintenance of supplies and voting machines. All election administrators' mission is to build and strengthen the public electoral process, and you are the only group that holds the authority to make a change for consistent and fair election standards countywide. I ask that you complete your due diligence and see if this is something that we can make a difference for the voters of Cooke County. And I am always available and would be happy to answer any questions or help do research and participate in any way that I could help. And I think we have lots of local entities. I'm kind of the guest speaker for everyone to help make this a consideration. So,
Your
thank
name
you.
again, please?
Thank you.
I'm sorry?
Your name again, please?
Christy Daughtry. I've worked for the hospital district for 18 years now.
That's all. Thank you, Christy.
Thank you.
Anybody else
That was
signed
it.
up to speak? Okay. Item number 3 is deliberate and consider possible action regarding the approval of FY24 budget amendments.
Motion to approve.
Motion Commissioner Snuggs to approve.
Second.
Second Commissioner Arndt. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? There are none. Item number 3 passes 5-0. Item number 4, deliberate and consider possible action regarding the approval of awarding the bid 24-06 road aggregates. That says me, but it's really not. Who wishes to speak to that?
It's pretty well standard deal. Anything changed?
No, it appears that J.R. Thompson bid several different things this time.
Uh-huh.
I think one or two went up 50 cents or $1.
Do what we usually do, make a motion, we approve them all.
Well, I approve, yeah. I make the motion we approve all of them on the list. The way we can, sometimes some of them don't have rocks, so you gotta go to another one. Might be a little farther to drive, but this gives us the opportunity to be able to go to another plant if we need to, or another crusher.
Gary made that motion.
No, that's fine.
I think my spreadsheet cut it off. There is a new one, Vulcan Materials,
Vulcan, yeah.
and they added
Muddy rock.
unwashed muddy rock.
Yeah. I've been using some of that.
Okay.
What is that?
Huh?
What is that?
It's just river rock that they're getting out of the river, right up here by the bridge. It's-
I'll get the spreadsheet reprinted. I guess it cut
Was
it
it-
off. I didn't notice it.
1050.
Is that coming out pretty consistent in size for you?
Pretty good.
River Rock's hard to beat. where
It's at the
where.
Red River plant
Yeah.
in Oklahoma.
Yeah, it's across the river, kind of in that sand plant. They just got it on the side. They don't have a lot sometimes, but we've used several loads of it, and it seems to be holding up.
I mean, they used to use it quite a bit, 20 years ago, and it got scarce, but
Yeah.
it doesn't wear like,
Well, it's virgin rock. It didn't crush, and it doesn't crush down as bad. It's more like similar to creek gravel, but that clay that's in it kind of binds it together. And to me, it shows less dust as compared to the crushed rock. We've been using some in spots just to test it and see if we like it. And the guys with the blades really, they like it. So, and it's holding up a lot better, it seems.
My old river rock roads don't. They just stay loose,
Yeah,
but they're not as dusty.
right.
These prices start August 1st.
Okay.
it's at October 1, huh?
I'll second the motion.
Did,
I think Adam,
Yeah, I make the motion that we approve
Okay.
all the vendors that are on the list,
Including Vulcan.
including
I'll
Vulcan.
print a new one.
Okay, we have a motion, Commissioner Arndt, to approve all the, everyone on the list, including the new one, Vulcan. Second, Commissioner Snuggs. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And there are none. Item number 4 passes 5-0. Item number 5 is to deliberate and consider possible action regarding the approval of awarding the bid 24-07 road oil products.
Cleveland submitted a bid this time.
Two.
We got Rooker, Cleveland, and
Oh, there's Ruger.
Argonne.
Cleveland's a little pricey, but it's further from to transport it, I guess.
Ooh, they are.
Why am I missing something? Oh, there's MC 800. Looks like 338 for MC 800.
Are you using 800 or 3,000?
I'm using 800.
I was using.
Cleveland's is like a sliding scale there on the bottom. If you use 1,000 to 19.99 a gallon of MC 250, it's $6.20. If you do 5,000 gallons or more, it's $5.04.
That's still, that's high.
But it could give us an option if we ever need it.
If you got the bind, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I know those guys.
I'm glad to see that they're bidding at least. I move to approve all of these also.
Second.
Motion Commissioner Arndt, second Commissioner Snuggs to approve all on the list, let's put it that way. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? There are none. Motion passes 5-0.
This one begins on August 1st also.
Do what? I'm sorry.
August 1st.
The contract, these prices begin August 1st.
Then
Okay.
what kind of limits they put on us this time, Shelley? They did, once in a while they'll say X number.
Some say if available, and I think that on the J.R. Thompson one, or
I'm probably thinking oil.
which one, ever one was if available.
All right, item number 6 is to deliberate and consider possible action regarding the approval of signing the contract for RFP 24-04, disaster and/or storm damage debris removal and disposal services awarded to TFR Enterprises, Inc. Right?
TFR and Thompson for the that's a separate one. Got it, just for TFR. All right, so I think this was all provided to you guys late Friday anyway. TFR has proposed a total cost to remove all the debris identified, to include vegetative, white goods, construction and demolition on the right-of-way. They drove around, I believe, with Commissioner Arndt and Snuggs, or we met with them anyway Friday to identify all of that, and their proposed cost is $1,601,980.25. They are here today if you'd like to speak to them directly. We have 3 representatives from TFR that may be able to answer more specifically any questions you have.
You've already looked at this contract and talked with them.
Yes, sir. This includes, the vegetative debris that was taken to the curbside. It also includes the trees and the vegetative debris along the county roads, not just on private property that was pulled to the curbside or to the public right-of-way. Picking all of that up, hauling it to the collection point, either for the construction debris down off West Lone Oak Road, or to the old Precinct 3 barn for the mass vegetative debris hauling. I think probably be better for them maybe to come up and kind of describe their process. I think if that would help, I think it would
I'd like to hear that.
make a lot more sense.
The contract also includes all of the language FEMA needs
Okay,
to make it, FEMA
okay.
approve the contract.
You guys can come up to
How many respondents did we have?
For the
The
removal,
Removal,
6.
6. But this was probably the,
We had so now they give us.
Yeah.
yeah,
So
okay.
what we're willing to do.
Good morning. I'm Roger Barfield with TFR Enterprises. We are, submitted the bid for your RFP for debris removal. We are located out of Austin, Texas. This is all we do is disaster response. Got Glenn Tucker here. He will be the project manager that's on site actually doing the day-to-day operation. And then also Juan Mejia, who is another one of the TFR project managers. I'm going to turn it over to Glenn and let him kind of give you a rundown on how the operation kicks off.
Good morning. Any questions? Right off the bat, first thing we'll do is we'll come in, we got to set up a DMS, which is a temporary site over there on, what's the name of the road? On the road where he's talking about, we'll go in, we're going to have to cut the fence, make an approach, and that's where all the debris will hauled in, staged. It'll be compressed at that time with track hose, smashed up. They're going to start the haul out process pretty much immediately after we start, because I don't know if there's enough room there to hold it all, because you've got quite a bit of debris. The vegetative debris is going to go to a different location that they've already established. We'll come in, we'll probably break the county up into zones, like sections will be done in zone sections, and we'll do one zone at a time. Obviously, right there in the middle where the worst part is where we're going to start, try to get the right-of-way off. We might stretch out to the east end and west end with bucket trucks to cut the hazardous limbs, the leaning trees, the hangers, that kind of stuff, and get that working their way back to the middle. And then once we get the worst part picked up and cleaned up, then we'll take the trucks and put them on the outside and bring them back in. And if during this process, if there's anything that needs to be addressed, area that needs more attention than what we're giving it, you can let us know and we can move trucks and assets around as we need to. And that's basically just the process. We come in, start picking it up and piling it up, and getting it off your streets. To put it in layman's terms for you, to make it simple, that's what we're doing.
I have a couple of questions, if you don't mind. Number one, there are private concerns like the travel center down there, right there in that same area there that was completely demolished. Are they responsible for their own removal or, okay,
That's gonna be commercial.
They have commercial, they have insurance, they would have to typically take care of
okay,
that.
so that's a separate
Debris that ended
thing.
up along the right of way as a result of this, it could have come from anywhere. If it's on the right of way, we can take care of that, but if it's on private property, it's a commercial venture with insurance, they should be taking care
Now,
of
this
it.
is not gonna cover the state roads. Right, this will just be
It's
county
just
roads.
roads.
County roads only. So if this is on a state road, then we don't do that. That's a different
Okay,
contract.
county roads only. then.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep.
Can't think of a
That's
second.
fine, that's fine. We've got our phone number, you can call anytime,
All right.
24/7. I'm
All
always
right.
available. So,
Ray
you guys,
knows how to get in touch with
yeah,
you, so.
he'll have all that information. So if you guys have any questions about anything, just let us know.
Oh, I remember what it was. Where do you dispose of the debris that you collect?
Roger,
The
you-
landfill that was in the RFP.
The task is the one we've
It
identified.
goes to Tazewell? Okay.
Yeah, the one that was identified in the RFP, we've already spoken with them, got the process started, get the account set up. So by the time they get some debris crushed and ready to haul, we'll be able to go straight in there
Will
with it.
any of the metal go to the local recyclers?
We are looking at that avenue. We've got to see how much of it's coming in, the time that it will take to process that separately versus just hauling it. We'll have a better answer on whether or not there'll be any metal recycling after the first few days of, getting in there and actually processing the debris to see how much of it is metal versus, drywall.
if it's gonna be feasible to take the time to do it, it's what it boils down to.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, that's- Obviously, there's
I'm
gonna
being
be
vague
some.
with my comment, but every meeting we've sat in, there's been a worry of, native grasses or birds or something happening to them, but then it seems like there would be a requirement to recycle some of it, It's just my,
Yeah, it's a little different under emergency situation. They tend to want to get everything off the right of way and get your citizens back to recovery. And you got to justify the difference between the time to separate and try to pull a little bit of metal out or get everything off the road and get these people back to getting back to normal.
Yeah,
So
and I
that's
understand that
kind of the
100%.
response to that usually that we're given. So,
I suspect that there will be things showing up on the right-of-ways of the county roads for the next 3 months.
yes,
Okay?
sir. When we're done and gone and we've cleared everything, you'll still have stuff.
Right, so do you make more than one trip to?
We generally try to make 2 passes through and do everything, but the way it'll work is you'll give a notification to your citizens. Hey, second pass is gonna start on this date, and from that date forward, if anything comes to the curb, once you've been picked up, you'll be responsible for it.
Okay,
And you've gotta put that notification out, or it'll never stop.
I've been toying with that idea right now, to draw the line in the sand.
You're gonna have to,
Is it
because if you
photo-
don't,
Did y'all get good photographs with your drone and everything, so we can tell what's additional
I
generation
get
since
some
these
good drone
numbers?
shots. I'm going back out today to get more and to get some pre-site videos before we bring anything on the DMS site, document the shape of it so that we can get it returned to it at the end of the job. So I'll get some, close-up shots for you today on that.
And I feel like we've talked about it.
is there any concerns off the top? You gentlemen have any concerns off the top that's something that's you've heard, something that's on your mind, something that you're worried about, anything like that we can address up front?
that question I asked, I think, was my biggest concern. I think that debris will be appearing on the roadways for some time to come. Like the commissioner just asked, I actually got to observe the area from a helicopter 2 days after, and you don't see much if you're driving along there, but if you look down at it, I mean, it's just cluttered with,
That's the different program.
yeah.
Well, yeah, the PBDR, but once they see the trucks start running out there, you're gonna start seeing a lot of that come out. And that's why he was saying, you know, we'll kind of go through, we'll do that first pass when we see, hey, we're getting close to finishing the first round on all your roads. Then we discuss with you guys, hey, we're gonna, you know, give it a break for, you know, a week, whatever it may be. Put notice out to your residents, hey, you've got the next week to get that stuff to the curb. If it's not out there and the truck comes by after that, it's back on you, you know, you're responsible for it.
Yeah, just there, in theory, you could say we're done on the 10th. On the 17th, we start second pass. If your place is picked up on the 17th and you put anything out after that, then it becomes your responsibility. And with Thompson, they'll be monitoring that, so you'll have documentation to show where we picked up and when we picked up and what date it was picked up. So it's not just us telling you it's a date picked up, you'll actually have stuff from him that's gonna show you where that's at.
I actually observed one day last week, a team of people out there with trucks and people on foot going,
Volunteers probably, yeah.
or paid, it didn't, you know,
Right, either
whatever.
way, right.
But yeah, I mean, it wasn't any removal organization or anything like that. He just getting it off his land so he could combine his crop. But, thank you.
I'm sure you want to talk a little bit? Okay. Any other questions? You good?
So it kind of goes with Ray. You know, my concern is, let's say we set a dollar amount that we're willing to pay today. Even the second pass is going to exceed this number. So
This
how-
includes the second pass, right?
Well, this includes what we're estimating on it right now, but those are just estimates with debris. You can't give a hard number. There's no way to do that.
Yeah.
Because we don't know what's gonna come out. We could tell you, hey, we could try to calculate for everything on private property, but that wouldn't be right to you. It would be extremely low.
Right.
But we will have, my understanding is a dashboard that we will see a daily tally of where we're at, dollar-wise, and how much they've picked up. And so at any time, we can stop, or not to exceed, you know, we
So
can.
that's the step right now, is we have to decide, hey, we're going to pay 25% of 500,000, a million, 1.5, 2 million. We have to put a number on it.
Good.
And well, right now, we're at 1.6.
More than that, when we get monitoring it,
Yeah,
That's just on this part.
that's just on our part.
Yeah.
Like you said, that's strictly us just driving the road, giving you a rough estimate of what's out there. So is it gonna be absolutely accurate? No, it's not. So you just need to know that up front. We're not gonna sit here and tell you that number is exactly what it's gonna be.
Do you have a general feel where you come in, having all the experience you have, from this number toward the end? What does that typically look like? Is there a typical?
Good
A
question.
lot of that's gonna depend on your citizens, how much work they decide to do other than that. So all the stuff that's back on the property that we can't see right now, if they decide they're gonna get gunned on and start bringing stuff up and piling it up, then that number's gonna increase. The number that we give you is gonna be pretty close to what's on the right of way now, so that's gonna be pretty accurate. But there's too many variables to sit here and tell you that's gonna be an exact number, because it's not. I don't wanna sit here and tell you it is, and it's not gonna be. You're like, it's not what you said, it's not, it's just not.
Like I said, it's gonna show up
I've
in
been
the
doing it
next
20
3
plus, I've
months.
been doing it 20 plus years.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty comfortable with the number that we give you. But could it be more? Absolutely. But it's gonna be pretty close to that number with what's there right now. Now, if they start bringing a lot more out, then yes, that number's gonna go up.
Unfortunately, you don't know what was from the storm and what wasn't at some point in time.
Well, that's storm debris. You can kind of tell what's storm debris, what's eligible, what's not eligible, and that's kind of where the conversation.
I think that's our next-
come in.
Our next group.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
what he'll talk about that with you. That's more his discussion.
Well, all right, do I hear a motion?
So it could be that a motion to proceed, not to exceed $1.5 million. There's also going to be about 200 and $50,000 in monitoring costs that we know coming, and it could be $1.6 million, could be $1.7 million.
Well,
But-
if you put not to exceed, then that doesn't.
They gotta quit at 1.5, right, if you do not to exceed.
Well, it would be a decision point. So it may be that,
If there were a way that if you got to that point and it was obvious that it was gonna go over that we could revisit
and I think with the ability to monitor the cost daily, that we should be able to know within just a couple of weeks if I think we're gonna exceed that dramatically and need to reauthorize or come back and revisit that.
Shelley, because it's a contract, is there a procedure to extend that or expand that number?
Well, the contract runs through December 31st, and if you award based on a solid dollar amount, then any change orders, you can't go above 25%.
So if they came back in and
Added another million, that's more than 25%.
more than 25%,
But like I say, if you could just set amount to be revisited, if it comes to that amount, can you do that?
that's what I'm asking about the contract, and it doesn't sound like 25% of 1.5 million, if we want to do the math, be $375,000 more. Be the most.
The 25% would put you at 2. You could go up to it, maybe in the future.
What me and Roger were talking about, so what you need to remember on the not to exceed, if we are hauling and we're monitoring, and you wait till we're at 1.5 and do not exceed, you still got a DMS full of debris. It's got to be compacted and hauled out.
Yeah.
So if we're not going to hit that do not exceed, we're going to have to stop hauling prior to finishing operations. Because we still have that expense that's going to be coming in. We're going to have some monitors that's got to monitor that. We still got to compact and haul that out. And that's got to be factored in. So if we got that do not exceed number, we're actually going to have to quit hauling before we get to that number. Make sure that we cover it with the DMS. Just throw that out there. That's something to consider.
So, the way I understand it, we need to decide what our 25% number is.
What do you mean, like 25% number? They need 25% up front to get started, or you talking
No,
about?
he's talking about the
The
FEMA
reimbursement.
reimbursement.
FEMA's gonna give us 75% back, so if it costs $2 million, it's gonna cost us $500,000.
Yeah.
Like, where are we gonna stop at? That's what we need to know.
Well, and next question is, can we stop?
So,
Are we supposed to leave debris, or
You know,
if we hit that point? That's why I say if it got to a certain point and it looked like you were gonna exceed a number that we talked about today, that we still had the authorization to extend that, or to increase that number or whatever, okay?
Only by 25%.
Only
So-
by, right,
If y'all came up with a number, then I think we would decide through both parties, where is that stopping point just in case?
So y'all could throw out 2 million and they know.
And we would be monitoring it and know that when we got to this point, we have to stop, number one, so we can continue to get what's already been collected,
How does the DMS do?
and then still have to come back and propose, do we want to get more? Here's where we're at.
and
So
that's
it's-
500,000 in real money to us. That's what
so
that
is
is.
2 million gonna cover it?
Should.
Okay, you're the experts.
but until we get reimbursed,
I'm pretty
we're
sure
on the
that
hook
would
for the
cover-
whole
I'm
amount.
pretty sure that would cover it.
Well, yeah,
Well, you're
I
gonna,
mean, the estimate we give you, we always try to figure based on what we see plus.
exactly.
and of course, we hate for that to grow to 2
There's a
million.
little bit of an area there, we've already given you a little bit of a buffer already.
You see, and
Right.
I don't want it to grow to 2 million, just because, there's some folks out there, if they know the number, that's what they're gonna get at the end of the day.
There's gonna be people that put stuff out, I mean, that's why we always try to add a little bit, because there's gonna be stuff come out, there just is, you gotta account for that.
One more question here, and early on, this was something we talked about, which I was told immediately was not gonna be possible. if our landfill would consider lowering the fees, would that couldn't help but hurt, couldn't hurt, but couldn't help
Yeah,
us.
absolutely help, because that's
Yeah.
all cost that's being incurred, and then we can be reimbursed by your county. So
But those-
But I was told that wasn't gonna happen because they didn't wanna set a precedent for,
But those tipping fees and what you're paying town, that's in your number already.
Yes.
Yeah.
If we agree to this contract, you're monitoring it weekly or whatever, right?
It'll be monitored daily like the.
Daily.
Yeah.
We start getting close to that 1.5, 1.6, whatever it is, we stop if we have to,
Yeah.
I mean, they can tell us at any time that we need to stop operations, because a do not exceed is nothing. We've dealt with these quite a few times. It happens, because people run on a budget. I mean, everybody runs on a budget. So if your budget is a do not exceed and you get to that point, we've got a pretty rough estimate of what it's gonna cost to finish the project. We can
Yeah.
stay on tack with that point, and if it's I'm just throwing numbers. This is another, like, if it's 1.25, where we gotta stop to do not exceed to 1.5, then we stop hauling at that point. We finish the project, and if you got a little bit of money left, you got a little bit of money left, we'll stop short to make sure we don't exceed what you want to spend.
we have to put the do not exceed in
Yes.
there. Can't just say, okay, that's,
I mean, technically, you can monitor it daily and see where you're at. You're gonna know where your money is, but the unforeseen expense is the haul out.
right.
You got the compaction, you got the haul out to the landfill and all that number. You're not gonna see that number on your daily number because that's added at the end. So that's where we gotta come in and we gotta tell you, look, this money's gonna cost us money. So,
No.
I have to issue them a notice to proceed with a not to exceed price. I have to
Okay.
give them that.
So if we went at 1.5 million, we could increase it by 25%. That'd take us to 1.8 something, right?
175. Oh,
Yeah. Somewhere in there, we need to be all in.
So,
so a little more than that, yeah.
Yeah, I
But
think
if we're
1.875.
pretty sure it's gonna be over 1.5 million though, is there any sense in
well,
setting it at that?
well, how are we gonna fund it? That's the next
Well,
question.
Do I?
I'm asking how are we gonna fund it, so
General fund.
gotta come out of general.
what line item,
It's gonna come from fund balance. I gotta issue
Coming
a,
right out of the
just try.
we have to change the budget for this year. I gotta get that
Okay, so I mean,
done. My second one in my 40 years.
what do we, I mean, it's a rare,
Yeah,
it's a
it's
rare, rare deal. And I hope the taxpayers understand that. I mean, this is just
So
the
we're-
rarest
we're-
of the rare.
We are changing the submit with the approved FY '24 budget by taking money out of fund balance and adding it to the budget. So I have to file a new budget with the county clerk.
I felt pretty confident with TDM that they're gonna, you know, that FEMA will reimburse this much more quickly than like the road issues.
And I
But-
think the next gentleman can probably explain a little more on that as far as the FEMA reimbursement stuff. But if you proposed $1,750,000, $1,325,000, which would be a little more than this, which would cover some of that second trip, then we would say that between Thompson and these guys, when we get to $1,400,000, we're gonna stop if we haven't gotten there yet. And as soon as we hit that, then the extra would cover the haul off and the finish out of what's already been collected but not hauled yet. And then also give us time to come back to court and have them come back and assess where are we, what's it gonna take to finish it up, or alternative plans from there.
that being said, that's also part of the reason in the real heavy hit area right there, that's why we're gonna start there, clean up there and work our way out.
Well,
You
that
gotta
was,
get the most heavily damaged areas first, and work your way out to the people that's got a little bit of tree damage or maybe a little bit of damage, but they're not completely like that.
see, that was gonna be my next question, believe it or not, if we sell what the damage is gonna be. And let's say you started at one end and worked toward the other, there's gonna be some people on the other end down there that end up not getting any kind of removal.
Well, I did a quick drive through and I'm gonna evaluate more today because I
Yeah.
come in late one evening and looked at what I've seen. I haven't seen it all, and I can tell you I have. From what I've seen, I was gonna start in the middle area around DMS where it's so damaged and tore up so bad. I'll put a couple trucks right in there because as close as that is, it's gonna be a nonstop flow of debris coming in because it's so close. Once I get that area established, first pass is done, I'm gonna put one headed east and I'm gonna put one headed west. Because obviously the further you go out from there, it seems like the damage is less. But the people that are heavily impacted at the beginning is where we're gonna start and that's where we're gonna focus.
Okay.
And work. That's my plan. If you wanna do something different, let me know. That's what I was
Yeah.
gonna do.
I just
I
want
have
to
a
make sure that
little-
everybody has an equal opportunity to get their
I understand.
debris
I,
removed.
I think they'll get a first pass on everybody.
Yeah.
And we've provided
I'm
them,
confident with that.
we've,
How do you pick up those big I-beams that were the base of the mobile homes?
The
Y'all
loader.
cut them up or?
Yeah, either that or the loaders, our loaders will probably
Bend them.
I've been able to bend them and pick them
Yeah,
up.
they're so weak.
we've provided them the list of all the damaged locations that was reported through our ISTAT process. So they have that, they have the map, GIS layer. So they've got it very well identified. When they pick it up, they'll know where it came from, where that load was at, where they picked debris up at.
Yeah,
So,
that map-
No, the housing development around the DMS is,
I'm sorry.
the housing development around the DMS, those are private roads. I don't know if that's been explained or not, so,
You won't pick that up?
huh? What we are, but, you know, that I have drainage concerns.
Oh, there are.
In Shenandoah.
So they're unrestricted access.
right.
So he said he's already spoke with them about it, I guess they're doing.
Well, only if it's at the curb, we're not going.
Right.
No, we're not going on the private property. So what that means on the curb, what that means for you guys is we'll pull up in the road with our trucks. We got about a 20-foot boom, our truck that comes out. According to what your established right of way is, what I imagine in the county, everything's gonna be.
60
right of
foot
way,
from center line.
60 foot from center line, so we're gonna, everything we can reach will be picked up. That's what, we're not
Yep.
allowed to get off the right of way. and pick it up.
How are we getting a 60-foot right-of-way?
That's my understanding of what a county road right-of-way is.
Not even close.
And there is.
Yeah, I mean, you got a lot of 20-foot right-of-ways, you know. If you're going down one of these private roads, it's probably 20 foot either direction that you
Well,
can
that's about what
reach.
we can do.
Yeah,
But they're not going off of,
Reach out, we're gonna reach probably 15 foot.
Yeah,
20
but-
foot as far as-
but, I mean, no, you know, I got a lot of right-of-ways that, you know, 24 foot. I want to make a motion that we do not exceed 1.75. Do that for a couple of reasons. One, if we come back and modify that by 25%, that takes you up over 2 million. We're about to hear from another speaker that's going to want, what we heard, $250,000. So there's a $2 million commitment without a 25% increase. So that would be my motion, 1.75 million, not to exceed.
The monitoring is a percentage of the removal,
Okay, so it's going to go, that number's going up,
yes,
okay?
okay.
But I'm just trying to
I know,
Yes,
put
sir.
some parameters on it.
okay.
This is removal.
And this is 1.7 what?
My motion's 1.75 million.
Okay.
Not to exceed.
I second that motion.
All right, we have a motion, Commissioner Hollowell, second Commissioner Snuggs, to grant, what is this, bid,
RFP debris removal.
RFP for debris removal for 1.75 million. Anything else need to be added to that, Shelley, or?
You got the contractor name, everything you need? You got what you need?
TFR Enterprises.
Pam got what she needs, I guess, for her minutes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? There are none. That motion passes 5-0. Thanks, guys. And then item number 7, deliberate and consider possible action regarding the approval of signing the contract for RFP 2405 debris monitoring services awarded to Thompson Consultant Services LLC.
The next part of that process of debris pickup and removal is the monitoring that's required. And we have a representative here from Thompson Consulting Services, but their bid is $241,112.50, and I'll let him go into more detail on that process.
Hi, my name's Eric Harrison. I'm a vice president with Thompson Consulting Services. And so as a debris monitoring firm, we're responsible for providing your documentation of what the hauling company is going to be doing. So basically what we do is we put a monitor with every piece of equipment that they have to track the location and categorize the debris, whether it's vegetation or C&D or white goods. And then all that information is taken on a handheld device. And then when the drivers go to the disposal site, we'll have monitors at the disposal site looking in the back of the trucks to make a load call. Basically, how full is that truck? If it's halfway full, we'll say it's 50% full. If it's a 100 cubic yard truck, that would mean it's 50 cubic yards. We've an online portal that will house all of the information for you. So you can log into the portal and you'll be able to see a running tally of how much is being spent. So that's how you'll monitor the cost. So every day, as the tickets are coming in, our system will do some transactions, and it'll come up with the cost, and then you'll have a running tally of how much is being spent daily. So there'll be a report posted every day that you guys can look and see, how much cubic yardage has been picked up, categorized, how much has been hauled out, how much has been reduced, and everything's housed in an online portal that you'll have access to go ahead and do that. Then at the end, we'll take all of that information and package it up for you, and that's what you'll submit to the FEMA grants portal, and then you can start the reimbursement process.
Can you go into the expedited reimbursement
Once, if you want to do an expedite and get that money first, we've got some PA consultants that can kind of walk you through that process. As far as the expedited part of it, it's, you have to request it and then get it approved. If that's the road you want to go down through, we'll get some of our PA consultants that can actually walk you through in more detail on what that process is. Yeah.
And is that included in your estimate for these services, for this PA assistant?
Yeah. Yeah, if, usually, I don't have the contract, but there'll be like, the line items for the positions. So the hauling contract has line items for like debris pickup. We'll have line items for positions. Our work is done hourly, so it's based off of kind of the hours that we work. So if the hauler works 12 hours a day, that's how our cost is calculated. So it's not based on the actual cubic yardage rates. So PA consulting is not necessarily included in this contract, but there's obviously you can ask questions, and we've got PA consultants that can ask that. But they, it's not, there's not an actual PA consultant position in our contract. Obviously, we can answer any questions you have and kind of go that route, but it just won't be a traditional PA assistance program. Correct.
And somewhere here we said yours is a percentage of the contract?
So the way you can kind of do an estimate that way, normally monitoring services are 20 to 25% of the hauling. Just after a lot of these projects are done, you can go back and kind of calculate it. But our services are based on just hourly costs associated with the monitor. So we'll hire a monitor on an hourly basis, and that's how it's billed.
Did I miss it, or did the monitoring also include materials that can't be disposed? some materials can't be sent to Tazewell, for instance.
Yeah, I mean, we'll document everything, whether it's eligible or ineligible. If they pick it up, our job is to actually document all of their work. In some cases, every once in a while, there might be some ineligible debris picked up, and we've got a data team that will be reviewing all the tickets and all the photos and making a determination if we think that's going to be reimbursed or not. If we don't think it'll get reimbursed and it's ineligible, we put it off to the side. Everybody can see it, including the contractors. They can, choose. The other part of that is you can choose to pay for ineligible items. It's just, we would recommend not submitting it for reimbursement because FEMA's probably going to say it's ineligible. But
What's considered ineligible?
Ineligible debris would be, so if there's, if it's on so this is a county project, so all debris has to come from county maintained roads. If for some reason a debris pile is picked up on a city road or a state road, that would be considered ineligible. Monitors are going to be there to help make sure that the drivers stay off ineligible roads. But it is a team effort, so sometimes there might be a disagreement on whether it's a state road or not, and it'll get picked up. We're documenting where it's picked up, so we'll be able to determine if it's eligible or ineligible.
I was thinking along the lines too of particular materials.
Like household trash or something is going to be
Tires.
Batteries.
Yeah, tires, yeah, that type of stuff.
That type of stuff. Do you think, be set aside or?
Normally,
Not all,
you should, provide a set-out guide for the public so they know that, debris or vegetation should be all vegetation in one pile, C and D on one pile, and not trying to mix the debris streams. Obviously, we're pretty far away from the event, so it's probably going to be a little bit mixed in there. So
You're gonna find a little bit of everything.
there's going to, it's inevitable, and usually the drivers are pretty good about if they see a tire, they'll pick it off and throw it out, within reason.
So this 241,000 number that we're hearing, is that an open-ended number?
That's based off the percentage of the debris.
So the way we come up with an estimate is since we put a person with every piece of equipment that's picking up debris, if they say they're going to bring in 4 trucks, we know we have to hire 4 monitors. We also have to put monitors at the disposal site, so it's usually 2 monitors on the inbound. We also have to check them going out to make sure the trucks are empty, so we'll put one in an exit tower. And then if there's, so every disposal site needs a set of monitors, so we calculate that. And then based off length of project, we estimated about 30 to 45 days, so that's kind of how we estimate and calculate the hourly cost. So our cost is determined by how many trucks they bring and the length of time that it takes. But we'll be also monitoring that portal and seeing what the burn rate is so that we can be prepared to come back if it's going to exceed that. But everything's transparent. You'll have access to our portal. They'll have access to our portal, and everybody will be able to see kind of where we are in the process.
So the contract's been awarded. What do we need to do here?
Issue a notice not, or award it based on, or award the contract, sign the contract based on a not to exceed.
How can I do a not to exceed, though, if they've dumped it, or if they're still in the process of cleaning, he still has to be there to monitor? How do I do a not to exceed?
Possibly proportionally do the same that you did for the removal. So we went 1.6 something, 1.75, so if they did 241, you go to 255, whatever that
Make that your contract number.
That's, yeah.
be consistent with the removal will be the monitor.
That's a little more of a challenge because because he's doing by the hour, that's a little bit more of a challenge to do a, not to exceed. Okay.
It really doesn't make any difference whether it's by the hour or whatever, it's still a percentage of what they do in that.
It's not a percentage, it's not a directly related percentage. We can, do estimates based off percentages, just off of historical data, but it's not an actual percentage relationship.
Motion not to exceed $275,000 to Thompson for monitoring.
Motion, Commissioner Hollowell, to award the RFP contract not to exceed 275 to, what was the rest of that?
Thompson monitoring.
Okay, Thompson Monitoring. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Snuggs.
And just so the public knows, what we did was to commit to $2 million in expenses with the anticipation of being reimbursed at 75%. So we're immediately going to deplete our fund balance by $500,000.
All in favor, by the way?
Aye.
Any opposed? And there are none. Item number 7 passes 5-0. Thank you, guys.
And I
Appreciate it.
think both organizations committed in their proposals to hire as much and spend as much locally as possible where they can, and we encourage that and we appreciate that.
Thank you. Item number 8 is to deliberate and consider possible action regarding the request from EMS for additional funds in the extra help and overtime line in the amount of $50,000 and budget amendment for the same.
Wes Reed, EMS Chief. This year so far, up to date, we've had 6 people out on FMLA and had 2 open spots. That accounts for a huge hole in my budget for the part-time people. Part-times are paid less than our salary, so the captain's done a good job of utilizing the part-time list. But it's just, the only good news to report is by the 9th of August, I'll only have 1 person out on FMLA and 1 open spot, where I've had 6 so far FMLAs and 2 open spots so far.
He does not have the funds in his budget, so he's gonna need money.
So even though he's had people off,
They're still getting paid.
Yeah, vacation time and all that.
$50,000, I suppose, is gonna,
That's what we think will get him to the end of the year.
okay. I'll make the motion that we approve the additional $50,000 for overtime
From
from,
contingency.
say again,
Contingency?
yes, from contingency. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Arndt. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? There are none. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'd like to say that's only the second or third time we've hit the contingency this year. That's the smallest since I've been in office.
What are you saying?
So that's only the second or third time we've hit the contingency. We've had to go to the contingency. Unless I'm missing something.
You're probably missing.
We haven't hit it like we have in prior years now.
Well, no, because it's only $500,000.
Yeah, we used to put $1 million in there, and we said we're gonna put $500,000, and we're gonna say no all year, and we've done a good job saying no.
Sorry, we just spent everything we had, right, and none left.
Well, number 9 doesn't require anything.
Item number 9, deliberate and consider possible action regarding the approval to transfer funds from salaries/patrol and health insurance to extra help and overtime to budget for comp time and overtime for the remainder of FY '24 and budget amendment for the same.
Yeah, so we currently, as we sit here today, have 2 vacancies in patrol and 3 in communications. So anyway, we're just moving money from one line item to another. So if from vacancies or from unused salary money and from health insurance, and the reason that money is there is because we had those vacancies. So we're just moving it over into overtime, and that should get us through the end of the fiscal year.
So this is really just moving money. Okay. In that case, I'll make the motion that we pass item number 9. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Snuggs. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? There are none. Item 9 passes 5-0. Item number 10, deliberate and consider possible action regarding the approval of purchasing 2024 Chevrolet pickups instead of Chevrolet Tahoes to be used as marked and unmarked patrol units in the current fiscal year.
So since these are capital items, and I indicated a year ago almost in October that we were going to buy Tahoes, I have to come before you and say, hey, we'd like to buy pickups. The Tahoes are unavailable. These pickups are in stock. Defender / Holiday Chevrolet has 12 of them sitting there, so we'd like to get 5 of them, 4 for marked units and 1 for unmarked for CID. So the counties around us and also Texas DPS are buying these pickups. Grayson county's liked them, Montague county's liked them, Wise county's liked them. So my concern in the beginning was about the storage in the bed. I gave you all some photographs, and one of them is of a storage system that goes in the bed of the pickup. It's made by Decked. And I viewed or looked at that at the sheriff's conference last week, and pretty satisfied with it. So, hey, let's give them a try. There's no change in dollar amount. The money's already there. We'll come in actually a little under budget because I cut a vehicle, and so like I said, we'll come under budget on that line item. They will cost a little bit more to be marked. Shelley had asked me a question, can we get them by September 30th? I don't know. I'll check today and see, so. But
That'll change the 25 budget if he does.
They got 8 weeks, so there's a chance. They're sitting there, not like we're waiting on them. And, I mean, you're doing this because you can't get Tahoes, right? I mean, that's the biggest
Absolutely.
drivers. You can't get the Tahoes.
in fact, so the vehicles that I ordered last October, the portal for these vendors to order from General Motors is going to open up next month. So, I mean, they're a year behind.
Will those Tahoes still be in the queue, or will this?
I have, so, separate division, right? So on the jail side, we had ordered 2 Tahoes. I'm keeping those in the queue, so to speak. So the pickups are a little longer. I'd like to see us stay in the Tahoes for transport, if at all possible. I think parallel parking and at the courthouse and whatever. I think there's a little better vehicle for transport. I would say, though, that the back seat in those pickups have more room, more cubic feet, whatever, than the Tahoe does in its back seat. So it's not out of the question that we couldn't use them for transport. We're not quite as in a bind on the transport side, so kind of holding out for the Tahoes there. But I'd say let's give these pickups a try. They may benefit the county in a whole, maybe, when we take them offline, and that they still could be used somewhere else. But anyway, let's try them.
Move to approve.
Motion Commissioner Hollowell to approve item number 11.
Second.
Second, Commissioner Arndt. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? There are none. Item number 12, deliberate and consider possible action regarding the approval of terminating the, Item number 11, deliberate and consider possible action regarding the approval of the reappointment of Sheriff Sappington to the Texoma Community Center Board of Trustees for the period of 9/1/24 through 8/31/26.
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Commissioner Arndt,
Second.
second Commissioner Snuggs. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? There are none. Item number 11 passes 5-0.
Judge, can I say one last
Sure.
thing? Because you were talking about debris removal, and I was going to let you know that about 4 days after the tornado, we took our drone down there, one of them, and we flew it, and we videoed all of the damage and destruction down there. It's Ray Fletcher has that on a thumb drive. It filled up a very large thumb drive. I would just say to you that if you feel like it's beneficial for y'all after phase 1 of debris removal, let us know. We'll go down there and fly it again. And if you feel like that would help document what was been removed and then what has been added. So I'll just throw that out there, let Ray Fletcher know if you'd like for us to do that, and we'll do it again.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 12, deliberate and consider possible action regarding the approval of terminating the contract with Aramark for uniform service for Precinct 4 contract. End date is August 25th, 2024.
Are they the only one with Airmark?
3 of y'all are with Centos and 1 is with Aramark.
We know when the Centos ending date is?
Not off the top of my head.
So they,
Not off the top of my
oh,
head.
I know, I said, so they automatically renew these contracts to us too, just like they do in the public world? That should be illegal.
Well, unless you choose not to fund it. They're all contingent upon appropriations, right?
Yeah, and the renewal should come before court. So y'all know.
And
it's
they
renewed.
haven't renewed because we're running on basically a day-to-day, are we not?
What, for Centos?
Yeah,
Oh, I don't know.
yeah, because they've improved their operations and decreased their prices because,
Well, it's off the person co-op.
you know,
So if it rebid or if they had a price decrease, then they're supposed to pass it on with the person co-op.
okay? I think that our rep has come in and I think at one point in time I was spending about $8,000 a year, and I think I'm supposed to be down now to about $5,600 is what he's telling me. Now, I don't know what he's doing in the co-op world. I don't know what he's doing outside Precinct 1, and I may have my numbers slightly skewed. But we were expressing concerns, and I think his price has come down.
I want out of mine. They called me last week, but that didn't have anything to do with this one, I mean.
And I don't think there's anything keeping you personally.
No, they're not, I just was talking.
Yeah.
Matt wants to make the motion or?
I'll make the motion. I move that we terminate the contract with Aramark for uniform service for precinct 4. When would that begin, Shelley?
August 25th.
August 25th, okay. Do I hear a second? Second, Commissioner Sicking. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? There are none. Item number 12 passes 5-0. Item number 13, deliberate and consider possible action regarding the FY25 budget.
John, did you pass down the rest of that rock?
Oh. This right here?
Yeah. So- There should be enough all the way down the pan.
Bye, Chris.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, they came this way, Bubba.
Okay, item number 12. Anybody have anything? I've got a few comments that I'd like to make. I don't believe, in looking at the budget, that we have dedicated anything towards either an EA or position raises. I think, Commissioner Hollowell, you made the comment earlier on that we could agree that we weren't going to do that. I don't think we all agreed. There's also some other things that are actually in support of the public, such as an EA. I think an EA can be beneficial to the people of this county. I think that we also owe the people that work for this county certain responsibility to them, and there are certain positions that probably should be raised. And so far, I don't think anything's dedicated towards those. I don't believe we've dedicated anything towards the volunteer fire departments for increased communications. And in light of that, I'd like to ask, and you know what's coming, what we have dedicated, not only in the budget, but this year, for the Prosperity Bank building. Can anybody answer those questions for me?
What do you have in your budget for it?
It's, once again, you say, my budget, okay? And, you know, the comment was made earlier that it's my budget, I should just bring it to you and lay it in front of you, and, you know, that's not gonna work because that's never gonna pass. I would be glad to do that if I put a budget in front of you and you said, okay, yeah, that'll do, good.
Well,
But our budget is built by all of us from ground up, and actually, our auditor does just a tremendous job in putting the budget together and doesn't get all the thanks she deserves for that. And I do believe that we tend to skip over some of those things.
Okay, well, let me rephrase my question.
Go ahead.
The items that you just asked us about,
Yes.
what have you thought about to put into the budget?
What have I thought about? Okay, I think they've all been, there were certain raises, for instance, that were requested. I can just about name the ones. There's district clerk, county clerk, my assistant. Those would be position raises that probably deserve more money than what they are making right now due to the volume of work and the responsibilities that they have. As far as the fire departments, I think that we have heard on numerous occasions that our system doesn't work like it ought to work. So no, we haven't put anything in there because why? I'm not gonna put something in there right now. I'm gonna ask for it. And I think we ought to get started on buying new radios, for instance, for volunteer fire departments. I think we need to, whatever it takes to increase the fire department's communications abilities. I believe that we should at least do the groundwork and start thinking about an EA position, because I think that there's people in the county right now that are fulfilling that obligation that is over and above what they should normally do. And we've heard the estimates that it could be up to, $70,000, $80,000, $100,000 a year. We should at least start looking towards those things. Now, I will say this, that the tornado and the added cost that the county is facing right now, as we just heard earlier this morning, has kind of changed the landscape just a little bit. I still think those are the most important things going, because they actually do a service to the people of the county or to the people that work for the county. And that's, after all, what we're here for. I don't believe the Prosperity Bank does any of those things. I don't think it serves a purpose for the people of this county, nor the people that work here. And so I think that if nothing else, if we just did not commit any more money to the Prosperity until we can recover from the tornado damage, one thing and another, other than just what it takes to maintain the building, of course, I think we ought to also consider, if we have a viable buyer for that building, which I'm told that we do, that we ought to consider that and move on down the road. So I'll just throw that out there and see what,
Well, none of those answers you just gave me had anything to do with any of the numbers or funding anything, but as far as the Prosperity Bank building, we discussed this last time. The money that is in capital improvements for that can't be spent for anything else. That has to stay in that fund. Those funds can't be crossed over. So that's not hurting day-to-day operations or funding this upcoming budget.
so moving people over there, especially people that don't want to be over there, that doesn't cost us anything, is that?
Well, that is correct. But anything that is spent over there comes out of capital improvements, and that money can't be spent for anything else.
So what you're saying is,
Okay,
so what you're saying is, by moving people over there, that comes out of capital improvements and it doesn't cost us anything, or?
Only construction and anything over 5,000, so running cable for computers and phones and,
So renovations
okay,
coming out
I'm
of
sorry, I was
capital
talking about
improvement.
renovations and things.
There's a lot of money that potentially will be spent on the Prosperity Bank building this year in trying to make people move over there
And
just to fulfill,
so, I'm gonna say it one more time, and
okay?
then I'm gonna just be done with it. because you bring it up every single meeting, and I don't want to keep continuing bad blood, because it's getting to that point. You're angry with me.
No, I'm not angry with you. I'm trying to do what we as commissioners and county judge are supposed to do, and that is serve the people of this county. And I don't believe that anything to do with the Prosperity Bank fulfills that. I think that is separate and foreign to anything that we do to serve the people of this county.
Okay.
By increasing a few salaries, by creating an EA position, by enhancing communications for their volunteer fire departments. All these things, I believe, are things that serve the community. Okay,
So
and that's what I'm talking
So
about.
my statement that I said, I did have some wrong wording, but all that stuff you're talking about doesn't have anything to do with renovating that building. Total separate funds.
Oh, I know.
Well, then you keep bringing it up against the same thing.
No, I'm saying, rather than spend money on the prosperity, get rid of the thing and do the things that I've mentioned with our money.
But you can't take capital improvement, Judge, and spend on the things
I'm not talking
that,
about capital improvement. How much do you think it's gonna cost us to move?
well, what we said in a previous meeting is to go ahead and earmark 1.5 million for that. And that, I think, 3 people at least agreed on, probably 4. But that money is in capital improvement, okay? The EA, the raises, and the fire departments are gonna come out of general fund money. So you could take it, and if you sold it, you'd put it back into capital improvement or general fund. That would, but anyway, I think that ship is sailed. So I don't think that, I heard what you said, but I think we go look at each one of these things specifically and actually work a budget instead of our long-term plan. As far as,
And that's where I started, like all the numbers you're asking about, have you looked at the numbers? Have you looked at the tax rolls? Have you looked at everything it's gonna take to fund it? Have you looked at the 3%, 3.5% cap? I mean, how are we gonna fund the initial budget? The money that's prosperity, that's already done. That money's already in the bank. How are you gonna fund the next year's budget? Have you looked at those numbers? Do you have an idea of that?
Okay.
How much do you wanna do on, you wanna have a balanced budget, or you wanna pull out of savings to fund our upcoming budget?
I
That's
think,
what
I
wanna
think
know.
that's one of the questions I just asked you. How much money will it cost, well, let's say, out of this year's budget and then next year's budget? How much money will it cost to move 5 offices over to that building?
But that's what you're gonna
And-
get, capital improvements and all that stuff. That money's already there.
That's already there.
Earmarked.
So we don't have
This
to,
budget this year, how are you gonna fund it? You gonna have a balanced budget, or we're gonna pull from savings to fund this budget? Have you been working on that? Answer the honest question.
yes,
Let's see it, let's do it.
okay,
Let's
that's
talk
what I'm
about it.
saying.
Okay.
The first thing.
Leave
we're
the
gonna do-
Prosperity Bank building out of it.
I can't
I'm
do
being
that.
vocal about it, but I know everybody else is in agreement with me. We're done talking about the Prosperity Bank building
I'm not
sale.
done talking about the Prosperity Bank building, and I won't be as long as I'm in this position here. Prosperity Bank building does nothing to do for the people of this county.
Judge, you
It
think
gets
it's
rid of
a,
old buildings
Ju-
that we don't want to maintain. I can't even get you to have enough workshops so we can figure out what we're going to put in there.
What are you talking about?
We have one workshop and then we don't
Listen,
come back. Like,
Let's do this in private,
no, let's do it in
Let's
front of
do
the
it.
taxpayers.
Let's do it. You
Let's
mentioned
go.
the other day that I don't have the votes to do anything. Let's
To
put
do,
it out
no,
in
to
front
do
of the.
anything, you're going to quote me on doing anything? No, sir. Do you have the votes to sell the Prosperity Bank building? Call a vote.
No, not in this 5 right here. I bet I've got 20,000 out in the county
I
vote.
bet you don't.
well,
I
can
bet
they
I
vote
do.
for it? Can they vote for it? They elected
I
us to
bet
do
we can
this.
set it up.
You don't do a special election to determine what the
I
court's
bet
gonna do
we
business.
could.
Anyway, we're not doing the thing, we're not accomplishing a thing on a budget, okay? If we want to sit here and talk numbers, let's sit here and talk numbers. The three things you brought up, EA raises and increased communications. One, all those are perpetual numbers. So once we begin to spend that, they come out of the budget indefinitely.
Thank you for the education.
Okay, all right, let's go back to, this is the judge's budget as a general rule. What has happened in the past under leadership is the judge sat with the auditor, and they sat with the department heads. They came out with at least a basic outline or a basic draft. And when they came to court, we would discuss those things. Then what would happen is, we would tweak it occasionally. We'd agree to disagree, and we would make some changes. But ultimately, it took a vote of 3 people, okay? Now, if you could come back with a budget that you absolutely were thrilled with, I perceive that we couldn't fund it based on, with the tax rate, without depleting our savings by a tremendous amount of money.
So that's what I just said. I gave you an out in the very beginning. You didn't hear that part of it. I said we might not be able to do it in this budget.
Okay.
But we don't need to be spending any more money on the prosperity.
Judge, please.
No, and please don't give me that. You know, when you sit there and you ask, let's put another $1.5 million in that, where does that money come from?
From the
Capital
From the
improvement.
capital. So that just what appears there. It doesn't come.
It's sitting there, Judge.
It's just sitting
It's
there.
been saved over
Okay.
many
Over
years
years.
to
Then
do
why don't we
things
use
that are
it?
capital improvement.
Then why don't we use it for something worthwhile instead of something?
Okay,
that
give us an
doesn't serve a
example of
purpose?
capital improvement that you'd like to use it for.
All right, let's buy a building that would actually be,
That we'd have to
worthwhile.
renovate to meet our needs.
but let's don't do anything this year. You just heard us spend $2 million right here, okay? 500,000 or so at least. So what's wrong with putting everything off for a year, come back and revisit it next year's budget?
It's like we do court, put everything
Instead
off
of
2
trying to
weeks.
force everybody to go across the street over there and set up offices over there.
Everybody watching the video, nobody's forcing anybody to do anything. We haven't made a
Oh.
single decision about it.
Well, there's your,
And we're not necessarily gonna go,
and that's what I'm hoping to stop.
We're sitting here trying to explain to you fund balances and stuff when I've just asked you how you're gonna fund our current budget. I wanna know. I'm serious. It's a huge deal. It's been weighing on me since last year. Our last budget, to fund our budget, we pulled out of savings. Like, we need to figure it out, Judge, and we don't need to keep arguing about the building. I wanna work for the people.
Okay.
I work for the people. You call my constituents and say, no, I'm for the people. I know you're for the people too. We don't need to sit here and broadcast that on this meeting. I wanna figure out this budget.
Okay, well, for starters, we don't do anything with the Prosperity Bank building, and I don't care what you say. The
Okay.
money is sitting there, so we go ahead and spend it anyway, right?
Have you not understood the different funds? We've talked about it for the last 10 minutes.
Listen, I'll tell you what.
Tell me,
If
I
you
wanna
did
hear
as much, if you did as much work understanding your job as you did mine, I might not get as many phone calls all the time either.
Excuse
Yeah,
me?
ooh,
I'll
yes.
tell you what, you want to go there, Judge?
Yeah.
I want to talk about the
You-
phone calls
you
I
put it
get
out in the
about you.
public.
I put it out in the public?
Yeah, put them out there. Let's hear
I
about it.
tell you what, I'm just going to agree to disagree.
I believe I already said that. I believe I already said that.
But,
you've already crossed this bow there, Judge.
yeah, that's,
And you'd be surprised.
and I'll sit here and I can tell you, you don't have any of the questions that I'm asking you.
Okay, let's try this. Let's go with the judge's budget. That's where we started, I think, the other day. Let's at least look at some department and try to work through somebody's budget instead of just sit here and go back and forth and express our frustrations. I don't remember the county clerk asking for a raise. He
That
asked
what?
for a raise, Pam?
Well, he's just talking about what Marcy asked for my chief deputies to do a step.
Okay.
That's what's going out for my office.
You know, and personally,
For your office? Well, if she's asking for all the deputies in the county, it will include my office. I didn't ask, but
yeah.
it will include
and that's what we will get to, and it'll have a mushroom effect if we do that.
I think there's a couple other offices too.
Yeah, so, I think before we start doing step raises and stuff of that nature, to do it right, we need to get with HR, spend some money and do a step program. Is what we need to do before we start all the steps and putting titles on people, and they're sitting there doing the same job the day after we give them a title and it increases as they was before. So, I personally am not in favor of that at this point in time. I don't know where the rest of the court is, but that's the kind of decisions that we're gonna need to make. Talking specifically to the judge's assistant, Judge, you're pretty passionate about that, and I understand that. I think you rely on her quite heavily. You might choose to reduce your salary and defer some portion that you think worthy to your admin assistant.
I was told that you couldn't do that. I'd be glad to do that.
You know why you can't, Shelley? Who told you, Judge?
In fact,
I told you you couldn't reduce your salary?
I think I was told that you couldn't reduce your salary in order to give it to somebody else. Well, I don't know. Is that not the case?
No, that would,
Elizabeth?
do what he asked you.
It's whatever's budgeted for the new budget year as far as I know.
All
We
right
have
then.
We have to post your salaries in the paper.
Okay, well, I'm not imagining this. However, I'd be glad to do that if that is if that's the answer.
And that would also be a clarification that, the next judge, the next year, whomever, that wouldn't necessarily be there. That person, the admin assistant, would need to know that.
Right?
But I just know that's something you're passionate about, looking for an alternative. And looking at your budget, that's the only thing I think that I had any notation on.
That's it.
Okay, do you have any idea how much you would like to move toward that?
What did we say? Elizabeth, you talking about doing step raises. I have talked to Elizabeth about this. Didn't we settle on somewhere around 43 or something?
I think 43.
Yeah. Whatever it takes out of mine.
Don't do that.
Yes, I am.
Do not do that.
Yes, I am.
Okay. And that's the judge's budget. Anybody got anything on the judge's budget in addition to that?
How about EA?
As much as I would love to fund it right now, I'd like to figure out how you want to do it. I mean, I think it is something that we've been talking about for a lot of years, we need to work towards.
Okay.
With everything else we've got going on, I want to see how it
Okay,
fits.
let me repeat the way I started this out. The way I started this out was something to the effect that, unfortunately, we have just spent $2 million or so in debris removal, in monitoring, and some of those things. And it occurred to me,
Can you talk into your mic, because it won't.
Yeah. It occurred to me that rather than continue on the way that we are, we might even consider some of the things that I would like to do, we might even consider putting them off for a year or so. As long as we put off, and I don't care what you say, moving 5 offices making the maintenance changes, doing all the things that you would have to do to occupy doesn't all come out of capital improvement. It just doesn't. And whenever you talk about money, yeah, it's just sitting there, okay? Does everybody understand? Well, we're spending $1.5 million on something that doesn't do us any good.
Judge, you go back to that, but that's simply one opinion. And, you know, the public might be asking, why is it a 4-to-1 that the judge is so adamant about not doing something or selling the Prosperity Bank?
Well, gosh, I'm just going by what I hear in the public, but
It's amazing that I don't hear that. I don't know if I guess maybe it's how we respond, because when people say something to me about the Prosperity Bank, I give them the positives and say, oh, that makes sense. That's what I hear back.
Oh.
But are we going to leverage every budget that we do back to the Prosperity Bank? Because again, that's capital improvement money. You can't take that money and hire EAs. You can't give raises, all those things that you want to do.
I understand that.
Okay, so are you
But you can
suggesting?
spend it on something else other than something that's useless.
Well, we don't have to spend it at all. It can sit there.
You can sit there.
Okay, so we can agree
And
on that.
that was the other part of my suggestion.
Okay.
Let it sit there. Let's don't do anything with the bank this year other than what it takes to just maintain it. Okay?
So let's say,
Let's don't move people. Let's don't
okay, let's,
change things around. Let's don't spend any more money on it than we have to, just to keep it going.
okay,
Because we've got a lot of other things that we hadn't planned on that we need to spend some money on this year, okay?
so now,
And that was my point.
I agree that we've had unexpected expenses.
Yes.
So what do you want to do with the EA?
With EA, well,
Do you want to postpone it a
unfortunately,
year, or do you want to, that's what I'm at.
I think we could at least start looking at, I don't know, we can get with Brandy and Pam and see what we need to do.
Have we, I mean,
We heard a lady get up today and speak for EA.
and I agree, and I'm all about the input. We've been taking it for 2 or 3 years. I mean, and so at some point in time, I mean, like, are you suggesting we postpone it another year?
Why not?
Okay,
Rather than spend any more money on the prosperity,
aside from the Prosperity,
no, not aside from the prosperity, that's included if we're gonna do this.
okay?
We're gonna pay for tornado damage first. okay?
Absolutely.
All right.
And we know that's coming out of savings. We just took, today in our decisions, we can anticipate removing savings $550,000, and we hadn't even started talking about budget.
Okay, and I think there's a possibility that we could do something for county employees too.
And that may be, but till we get to the,
But not if we continue to do the things that are in this budget right here, okay? Now, whose fault is that? That's our fault. That's not,
okay, so what do you want to cut,
Anybody's
Judge?
right.
Other than the Prosperity Bank, what do you want to cut? You know, the pie's only so
Well,
big. What do you want to, it's your budget. You've been looking at it. We've walked through it. We've all been
no,
through it.
it's our budget. You know good and well
But
it's
we've
our
been through
budget.
it.
Okay.
We've everyone been through it. We've sat through it. We've heard from the department heads. I've taken lots of notes. I've studied it. What do you see in that piece of pie that we can cut to allow us to give raises, knowing that regardless, if we stay just where we were last year, Shelley, I'm going to ask you a number, and I don't know that. What are we going to have to pull out of savings this time to fund this current budget? And while she's getting that, I'll tell you, we were fortunate that the interest rates were so high because we drew about $700,000 in interest. So, but no, going in, we're $1 million upside down, okay? But again, you've looked, what are you suggesting that we not spend money on?
Well, like I said, for starters, we can, I don't care what you say, you can probably reduce the maintenance budget a little bit, the IT budget a little bit when it comes to, well, it goes back to the Prosperity Bank again, and you don't want to hear that, okay? What do you think it's gonna cost to get the Prosperity Bank even ready for occupation? I don't know, it's gonna cost a lot. Okay, let's say we don't do position raises this year, but we think about doing it next year. Let's say we don't do an EA this year, but we think very seriously about it for the next year. Or we at least maybe get something started for it.
Just remember, next year is a busy election year.
I
This year
know.
is only one.
I know.
That's the only thing I'm thinking, is that it's a good year to do it.
5 million? Reduce
I
by
know.
5 million? I thought it's still 5 million.
What's that?
Is this with or without FEMA stuff, Shelley? Part of FEMA stuff coming out of this?
That's for 24.
This year's budget, according to Shelley's numbers,
To balance the budget.
to balance it, yeah, if we were to balance our budget, $5.7 million. So to get to a balanced budget, and 11 million of that, it's 11 million if you take in road and bridge.
Well, but you're,
That's separate, but I mean, each of us had funded out our fund balances to fund our road and bridge. So we're upside down 5 million. And I don't,
23 was 7.5, but we cut contingency down to $500,000. That's why it's less.
yeah, but, and of course now we're getting into that contingency a smidge.
But fund balance dropped over $1 million from 23 to 24 in actuality.
So we can kick the can down the road on EA and we can kick the can down on the raises, but I don't know that we're necessarily managing anything. But what is that your suggestion on EA? Is kick it down the road a year?
I don't know yet, okay?
Okay.
I think we need to get together and have one of these workshops that Jason's talking about here.
This isn't, we're
here.
we're here. I mean,
Okay, but I don't think we're, just like our vote the other day, we weren't ready to vote on that subject the other day. We're not ready for a workshop today. I think we need to do a little bit of homework and come back maybe the end of the week or the first part of next week.
That's
Do a
what,
workshop.
when we left our last budget hearing, that's what we were all supposed to do.
yeah.
That's what I've been doing.
Are you guys, y'all follow me at all? I mean,
How about if I just randomly throw some stuff out? Do you want to fund TCOG $50,000 extra dollars, or up to $50,000?
Do we have a choice?
Are we,
in that
if we
matter?
do that, we're gonna have to reopen our GIS department.
I think we have a choice there, yes.
no, she's saying if you don't, you're gonna have to
Yeah.
create another, you're gonna have to put.
We used to have it, and then,
But we didn't do our own maps and stuff. We could
Yep.
do the onesies and twosies. But that in itself is a salary, benefits, the equipment. That's gonna cost you more than $50,000.
They're real good at it.
Yeah.
They took care of all the stuff, all the Google map errors and all that stuff.
Well, they provide us all our software for the offices to use for ID properties and stuff of that nature. I don't, read on there, Shelley.
so you want to put that in?
Is it not in there now?
Uh,
I'm sorry. You went to great extremes and stayed up late and got us this budget versus last year's. And I went to see what the summary was as to how much more is in this budget than last year's.
I didn't do a summary.
I'm sorry.
I didn't do a summary.
So, but do you know the difference in this year's and last year's budget based on the ASCO count?
Because y'all don't have a number yet.
But based on the numbers you put in?
Not hardly anything of the requests or anything. I didn't put any of the requests in.
Okay. But guys, we gotta quit getting bogged down. We gotta get on numbers and deal with numbers.
I did put the TCOG in.
Okay.
Let's see, so I sent y'all the budget for the appraisal district, so I added 459,220 for appraisals and 145,103 for collections. So we just added,
650,000?
yes,
No.
That
Yeah,
was
so
in there.
basically 600 and some thousand.
that wasn't in the budget,
And that's not a discretionary thing. We got to go do that.
correct. We received the amount we owe the
That's what they went over and
administrative
discussed.
district for visiting judges for Judge Haverkamp's office, and that's $3,105 that needs to be added to her budget.
So that's 650,000. We basically don't have a whole lot of decision to make.
We're making like 3.5% right there before we even think about it. I can assure you that.
Wasn't sure if y'all wanted to fully fund the request for the volunteer fire departments to go from 15,000 to 17. It is in the budget right now.
From 15 to 17? I thought it was 17 to 20.
Maybe it's 17 to 20, sorry.
It's 17, 20.
Yeah, 17 to 20.
I'd like to talk to that one just a minute. Here's the thought, guys. We can have another workshop if we'd like to with volunteer fire departments, the city, and all those folks. In reality, we know in a nutshell what the volunteer fire departments want. They want improved communications, ultimately access to 700. I think that we go increase our capacity. That number's supposed to come in at about $650,000 to double our capacity. I think we go spend that money, and because we're going to spend that money, I would suggest that we leave the volunteer fire departments where they are. Take that extra 3,000 times 10, $30,000 and put it toward that upgrade, and then as we can and as they want to, go ahead and let them start buying 700 radios. When we increase our capacity, and Gainesville has already given us access to their fire channel and their law enforcement channel, that'll actually give the volunteer fire departments 2 additional train tracks to 700.
But that's phasing, that's beginning something. That's not fixing their problem this year, but that's phasing.
It's phasing, you're absolutely
Yeah.
right.
And that's kind of what I'm talking about here.
And so what it does is that upgrade immediately gives them a talk path. It creates an additional talk path that can be shared by the 3 agencies as needed. As I've talked to some of the fire departments, they want to keep their VHF radios in their vehicles, and they want handheld radios to carry, and then they can listen to both sides at the same time. So that's just kind of my thoughts on on the VFDs, the radios, and my rationale behind it. And some of them may want to buy Tates. I think somewhere we get toward the end of this budget, we look and see, can we put some money toward them for them if they want to go buy Tates or other radios? Ray, you look like you're chomping at the bit.
Just a quick answer that one of the things we're facing right now, relative to communications amongst everything else you're discussing, is the recodes. So we make all these choices, and we've got now Gainesville run on their 700, and we got ours on our 700, and we've still got fire departments with their old radios. But even our 700, 800 radios, we need to start thinking about how we're going to get those all recoded.
That's in their number.
Okay, to bring that.
That's in their number.
Very good, sir.
Now, those radios we now have earmarked for the cities, for their EOCs that we've gone off and purchased, would those not be more beneficial to go ahead and give to the fire departments, let them put them in whatever command vehicle they want?
No, sir. Not those are purchased with Homeland Security grant funds that are for those particular communities that we have to support to bring them up to a communications capability to manage a disaster for them.
I hear you. I'd like to see some documentation in writing. It's what says we have to do that. We make the request, do we not? We make the request for those TCOG monies.
No, that's not TCOG money. That's Homeland Security monies that come down through FEMA, through the state, that are then allocated by population to the entities. So the county, for us, it includes the unincorporated areas and the 5 incorporated communities except Gainesville.
Okay, these 5 or 6 TCOG radios we got in the last, who purchased those?
Those are Homeland Security.
That's Homeland Security.
Pass through TCO.
We authorize them to purchase it for us using our money.
So how did they end up in our county vehicles?
The one, I don't know about in our county vehicles, the ones we just got, the 3.
No, the first ones we got.
So we've
Should they not have gone to, if they were earmarked Homeland Security? I mean, I didn't realize, we apply for monies through Homeland Security, right? And then we distribute those.
Yes.
Those monies, or those assets. And so, in the past, we have distributed those assets to somewhere other than the city's EOCs.
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Okay. And so, why could we not take these assets and contribute them to somebody other than the EOCs?
So those monies we've been receiving since I have been here have been apportioned to primarily first responder agencies. So the sheriff's office gets some of those each year. EMS gets some of that each year. The cities get some of that each year. The volunteer fire departments have gotten radios through that over the years, as well as the police departments for the 4 incorporated communities that have police departments. And so it's a constant juggle to try to help fulfill the biggest needs possible that we can at the time. And so one of our goals that we've always done, and very early on, was to provide each of those city halls with a backup generator and communications capability so that either they or us, given the situation, could use that site as a EOC command center type event. Okay. And that's why those radios are going in there now, to be able to.
You know, we started that transition a year ago, and I think the court collectively said, hey, wait a minute, let's see where we are. And we talked about maybe the next one, purchasing handhelds, because we needed some additional handhelds, and we went ahead and are providing radios for EOCs. Are the city halls actually even suitable for an EOC?
I believe they are.
I mean, I know where the one's going for Callisburg, it's going in an empty bay out there.
It's going right into the door, right outside their office.
I mean, that's.
I think that's where it was. I'm not sure it's where it's going.
I mean, that's $7,500 radio sitting out there, totally unutilized. But anyway, those 3 radios, if there was some way we could go transition those to the fire departments, might be a better use. And then next year, it might be beneficial to request some handhelds.
We can. The amount we get is significantly limited compared to what it used to be. So it's less. It's between 25 and 30,000. It has been each year, and so the ability to maximize that and still be able to, for this year, for instance, we helped out our IT department with some of their internet security options. We helped out the sheriff's office with ballistic shields for active shooter situations. And then I believe there was enough money left to get one radio. And so
Did we not buy 3 radios for the city?
those were over the last 3 years. I think we got 2 1 year and 1 year, and I think we've put up 1 more for this year as we get to October.
And where I'm headed with all that is, again, we redistributed some radios I think will be underutilized, and we actually have a need because EMS has asked for $40,000 for the handhelds this year. So, and we knew last year we needed to probably be reaching out for some handhelds, and we're still getting radios to be farmed out to cities for EOCs, and in 20 years I've never known us to fire up an EOC. And the biggest issue we had recently was handled out in the street. And, you know, the guy's done a good job. Okay, all right. Thank you, sir. To his concern, that $600,000 includes programming, I think, 100 plus mobiles and handhelds. So anyway, if anybody agree, disagree with my logic on the volunteer fire departments? What are you thinking, Adam? You the kind of the point of contact guy there, getting the rationale?
Are we talking Motorola, or are we talking?
Right now, we're talking about the upgrade will be upgrade our existing system and keep our coverage to the whole North Texas area. I mean, and I say all that because we know we only got a limited amount of money. We're going to have to bite it a little bit at a time.
Well, Adam, if we started fixing the problem with the fire departments, what would you do?
Well, first thing you gotta do is what he's talking about. We're gonna have to expand the train tracks.
Yeah?
And then that will give them the option. I mean, I know we at Lindsay would buy a few radios for our trucks to where we could at least communicate. And then as we grow and other stuff comes in and where we can eventually get to a channel that we are on, 700-800. I had a discussion with our department the other day and drew it all out, and we understand it's not gonna, we understand that we can't do it all at one time. And I think that the volunteer fire departments, they just wanna see that we're doing something towards them.
Exactly.
And I think this is a good start. It will give them, I mean, we can designate them a channel where they can start. If they want to, they can light it up.
Okay.
But the thing, if they do light it up, they're only gonna be able to talk to themselves till other departments get radios. So it might be a process where it takes a little bit for us to get completely over to a 700 for the fire departments. But we already give them that option to where they can get in and communicate with the EMS and Gainesville and however.
Okay, but it shows the fire departments that we're actually thinking about them and actually concerned about their situation.
Sure.
We're actually wanting to do something, and we're starting to do something.
Yes.
Okay.
And that helps them control their own destiny because some of them are in better financial shape than others, and they can go ahead and buy some radios. And that lets them do what their goal is to be able to interact with the SO. And then what's nice, if they come in within the range of the city, they're going to talk on the city's talk path,
Yeah.
talking to mutual aid, and if they get outside of the range of the city, then the city already has all the county frequencies and stuff, so it gives them two paths.
Two passes.
Okay, but it goes back to what I was saying, kind of phase this in perhaps, and not do everything this year. Pam? Yes, ma'am. Oh, and Shelley, I apologize, I misspoke. I thought it was you that told me you couldn't do that. I know
That's
you're
okay.
right and I'm wrong.
That's okay. No.
Somebody told me that you could not change your salary to give it to somebody else.
I know.
No, individuals couldn't, but you know how county attorneys and district attorneys, they've done that for years.
Well, wait a minute.
But that's what their supplement.
Yeah, with their supplements, yeah, so.
You say individuals can, what?
In other words, I can't give, well,
I can't give mine's set by.
our two admin assistants couldn't, one admin assistant couldn't give their pay to another admin assistant, for instance.
But the judge couldn't give part of his salary to an assistant?
Yes, yes, elected officials, I think, would be the breakdown. Elected official could give part of their salary to an assistant.
Okay. that's
But
probably
two
part
assistants
of it.
couldn't begin to share, you know, Chelsea couldn't give 4,000 of hers away to her peer.
But I could give it to her.
As an elected official,
Okay.
you control what happens.
And that explains my
Understanding,
confusion on that.
yeah.
Sorry about that, Shelley.
That's okay. The request to put in digital pagers for the VFDs is in the budget, 155,000.
Okay,
But hang on now, see, that's where we get all messed up. The newspaper got it all confusing. We're talking about radios, and all of a
These are
sudden, but she's talking about the pagers.
well, that's
So,
right.
so, we don't have a quote unquote, well, anybody remember what Motorola's number was the other day?
Aren't they supposed to come back on the 12th with research and numbers?
They were, but, I mean,
They're not.
if we really want to entertain that, I mean, we're gonna have a room full of, I mean, we've solicited from everybody and their brother, they've shown up. I said, we don't need another workshop. They've told us what they need. Now it's on this body to decide how we're gonna fund it.
Right.
Versus-
I just thought
No,
that
you're
they
absolutely
were
right. You're
supposed to
absolutely
come
right.
back with numbers As well as the other people,
Yeah.
the other company.
But there's,
Okay, as far as phasing in an EA, Pam, Brandy, I'm pretty sure that one of y'all had someone in mind that you would give up to work with an EA. I don't think I'm dreaming that.
I said I would give up my part-time person if the
and Brandy said she'd give up her person, you know.
Okay. If we started phasing in things, could those people, could they start working conceivably as EAs or getting an office ready or procedures ready, or
You either have to,
what would have to happen?
you either have to, order calling for a village administrator and then appoint one. Or
Yeah.
you can, or I can have my, people that work on, like, voter registration, I mean.
Yeah, that's what I'm-
That's what you're saying. I'm not-
That's what I'm looking for. What I'm looking for is somebody that could start
Where'd Adam go?
the beginnings of an EA, okay?
I don't believe you can do that. I think you have to either order or not order, I think, right? Is anybody
Right,
agree?
and whoever's gonna be the EA, it goes through the board, they're the ones that will hire that person, and there's not, I'm not guaranteed that whoever, I mean, if I let go of a position, that person's gonna wanna work in that office.
Right, yeah, I don't want part-time. I just have to not, y'all vote to keep my part-time person, then she'll just be gone, and then it'll be up to that EA to hire her, since I think she would if she's experienced and knows what about it. Of course, right now, my part-time help, we could have just hired her.
I'm a little curious, the state's looking to get rid of some EAs at this point. Particularly Harris County, I think, is,
I know, and that was the state.
yeah. I have,
Well, you guys are the expert. If we put off an EA for a year, what could be done in this next year to prepare for? Can't think of anything.
No. We're still gonna be doing the same thing, we're also gonna do the same thing, whoever, we don't know who is gonna be the EA. Because it's that board that's going to hire that person. So we could do more training on just one person, and that's not guaranteed that that person's gonna be in that office working with an EA.
maybe where the judge might be headed with this, and I think y'all both make a valid point. You know, if you devoted those two people to what the EA would do and do on-the-job training, there's still no guarantee the board would hire that person.
Yeah, we
I mean, that would, but And I don't know, do we?
Team is fixed to be completely revamped, new, my whole book system, the way I have to program is all fixed to be new. Like you always say, why don't you train someone? Train them and then it doesn't matter because it all changes next year.
Yeah. I don't, I have a tendency to suggest that we add $5,000 to Brandy's as a supplement and ask y'all to continue on for another year, but that's just a thought. That's less money than the alternative. Can we, Judge, can we back up 1 minute?
Sure.
We kind of jumped off radios, I think, there before we got a consensus as to what we was gonna do, because we do need to notify some folks and say, hey, we don't need you coming back for the next meeting. Actually, we've got the general public and half the world so confused now, listening to us on YouTube, but if the court could reach a consensus that our plan is to go ahead and upgrade our existing system versus convert to a different system, we need to, and that's the big part of this expense. I mean, we take the big chunk this year and then move toward buying more radios or helping the fire departments out. But I think, and it goes back to what I said, if we're gonna do that this year and we're gonna invest $650,000, I think that we hold back the 30 on the volunteer fire departments, go ahead and increase their run money, which is still about $12,000 or $13,000. But that gives them, we get them capacity, and from what I can gather, that's what most of them, you're hearing the same thing. Basically, they think if we had capacity, that they want capacity, which is access, right, Adam?
I think that would help us.
Yeah, but I think that,
That's a start. So I'm sitting there looking at that. You know, we got that 500,000 on that weigh station. We hadn't done nothing with it. They ain't talked to us about it. I asked them about it. And that would help us with our initial problem right now,
toward the 600,000.
towards the 600. And if we don't get it,
Well, but if we do get it, we still got capital, that'll come out of capital improvement, right, Shelley? If we do some match with TxDOT on the weigh station?
It can.
Could, so
Could.
we could still reach out and,
I mean, that'd free up 500,000, not free it, we could move it to communications side over there.
here market, yeah.
That'd be
I don't disagree with that logic at all.
yeah. Because it's been sitting there for 3 years. They keep telling us, hey, it's coming.
Well, in theory, we'll get enough advance notice to,
Yeah.
I'm gonna, everybody looking at their fire department sheet so that they know what I'm suggesting.
Well, and I will tell you, this quote for these pagers is over a year old.
Yeah,
So
that's
sure
not, I'm not, because see, the pagers are in there twice, I think, Shelley. They're in there under EMS and they're in there under fire.
EMS has their own, just for them.
I know, but they don't have $209,000 worth.
Yeah, they'd have like 40.
Yeah, see, that's a, so, okay, I'm under the, emergency management, guys.
014.
Actually, I don't even have that on my summary sheet. The first thing I have is the $3,000 per department or $30,000, okay? I'm suggesting we don't increase that. We increase the run by $5 a run, and that increase alone cost us $11,285. Okay?
See, this shows like it's in here. We went from 177, 810 to 209.
Yeah, the 20,000's in there.
Yeah.
It's in there, but what I'm suggesting is
Pull
we
that back out.
pull 30 out plus the 500,000, that's 530,000 toward 650. So then we're still just reducing savings by $120,000. We're still making a heck of a sacrifice because we're still going to have to go get some of that savings.
Right. But if we did the pagers, if we held off on the pagers, I know they're,
I think we hold off on the pagers.
The pagers aren't in EMS. They only ask just for their office.
Well, I
The
show 'em.
220 is for collections. Emergicon, to pay Emergicon for collecting.
I've got $208,865 in pagers, Shelley. I don't,
In EMS?
unless I got off a line.
I don't.
What is EMS on the
540.
40.
540?
I don't see 208,000
I
in
hope
EMS.
you're right. But, where did I mean, 206,860. Radios and communications, 28,500.
See it.
That,
It's 155 in fire marshal, that's it. I mean, if it's on this spreadsheet, I might have done it, put it wrong on the spreadsheet. But it's not even on this spreadsheet. It is digital pagers, 38,553 for EMS.
and see, I don't know. You say 38,553?
38,553.
That sounds more like 40 pagers.
And
They
then you,
only ask for their department.
Yeah.
so that's 193,553, right, for pagers. Anyway, back to, I'm trying to keep us about half focused here a little bit. Back to fire so that we'd like to close some of these out or agree to some of them or, God dang it. Okay, all right, guys, I'm still on fire. My suggestion was, what? What?
You said you're still on fire.
I'm still on fire, I know it. I'm suggesting we defer the 30,000 to the communication side of the house. And Shelley, I don't know if you want to, and I'm agreeing with Adam to move the 500,000 to the communications line. I think that we do the $5 per run, that gives them some help. And then I've got 109, that would be close, 192,000 for pagers. Is that just for the fire departments?
I think that was everybody.
See,
The total quote is 192,763
for how many?
for 250.
Is that everybody?
I think that's fire and EMS.
It is for fire and EMS.
190, but that bid's a year old, so we're probably still looking at 200K. I think we hold off on that just a minute. Because
That's gonna be around 200. When we're all said and done.
depending on how we do it. you
Yeah.
know. And their solution, I mean, what they want, I get what they want. They want a reliable system, and they want a countywide paging system.
Yeah.
And so, I
We're
think,
gonna have to do some research on, I mean, if we could do it on our 7-800, and it would work, like our radios are working, it'd be awesome.
well,
They're not that much more.
but I'd hate to spend 200,000 now, get people on 700, and then redo it. So I think that's one of those phase things that we manage with what we got and work through on the pagers.
I think let's get our train tracks built, get that built out where they can start getting on there.
Yeah.
And with our pagers, I know we got a problem. We know we got a problem.
We hear them. We hear them.
But we gotta have money to spend to put it in there. We don't.
And if we upgrade, I think their number one priority is radio communications,
Yes.
from everything I hear. And I think all of them understand. There's only so much money if we're doing it in phases. So can we get an agreement on the fire department or the emergency management budget, moving the 30,000 and postponing pagers?
And put it towards the
Communication upgrade.
communication upgrade.
What 30,000 are you talking about?
The
From
from
the
17 to
17 to
20,
20.
Shelley.
17 to 20.
And you had 15 to 17 or something.
It's here.
Do what?
It's here.
So they all benefit.
Do what, John?
They will, yeah.
So you're subtracting 30K from their overall request and pagers from their overall request. Guys, do we want to start, I mean, we made some motions on hot funds and outside agencies. Do we want to put some of these to bed so we don't come back to them? I'd say we take a vote.
On the hot funds?
No, but we done hot funds, Judge, and we done outside agencies.
Oh, you mean on the fire department?
Well, no. In a previous meeting,
Yeah.
we actually done some budget stuff and we agreed on the hot funds and the outside agencies and the insurance for
Right.
employees.
Right.
Okay? So I'm thinking, and we shouldn't have to go back to those things. Okay? I would make the motion that well, Shelley, let me ask you this. Where do we need to put this communications upgrade? It doesn't need to go in fire, does it? It needs to go in what?
Well, before we had it non-departmental. Do you know what it's gonna entail?
It's going to entail licensing for frequencies. It's going to entail software upgrades for all the radios, software upgrades for the base stations. Did they hand that to us, guys? Seemed like they handed us something. They gave us a number.
Talking about Motorola?
The other day,
680.
It's supposed to be coming back as well with the
Yeah.
solid number.
So is this gonna affect y'all too,
What do you mean, y'all too?
the precincts? Because general
Communications.
fund wouldn't wanna pay for precinct software upgrades and licensing.
Well, we have 8 radios that they're gonna upgrade software on. In other words, we didn't break it out when we bought the system because that really created a mess for you, because how much antenna usage do we have? Doesn't that rock your boat?
So it would be mostly the VFDs and EMS and y'all? What about the sheriff's office?
it'd be
Sheriff's Office, EMS, and we're minuscule. And then the fire departments, fire departments. Your main users are still gonna be the Sheriff's Office and EMS until the fire departments get more radios.
But I agree, let's get something nailed down. I agree, let's get something nailed down.
Yeah, I'm just waiting on how to make a motion.
Well, we need to see what Motorola's gonna come back with.
Well, if we know,
Price.
if we know we're gonna go with Motorola, we know what the max was the other day before any negotiating or anything else. They told us. Now, what they were gonna go do is a capacity study. And what that was gonna do is say, hey, this is how much y'all are really using with the two channels you got available, so that the two channels, the majority of the time, are either overworked or underworked or whatever. So what I'm thinking is if we can get that 680 number, we put that in a line and commit it for communications to enhance volunteer fire. Well, to advance our system to accommodate volunteer fire.
So do you want it in fire department or you want it in non-departmental? Because it won't be capital.
Non-departmental, what you think?
Because so many people's gonna use it.
Well, we're all gonna use it.
Sure.
Yeah, non-departmental, yeah. Know what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, would that be improvement on a capital improvement? Is that a capital improvement?
No, because you're just upgrading licenses
Upgrade.
and software. That's
Well,
not,
we're adding to capacity also.
right, but it's nothing tangible. It's not, you're not, putting a new roof on and extending its life. You're
Okay.
just upgrading the software. Because down the road, the software will be needed to be upgraded again
Right.
when new technology comes out. It doesn't add to the value. If you were to sell your radio, it wouldn't add to the value because the software that's in it wouldn't work probably at wherever you sold the radio to.
Right, they'd have to change everything.
You're right, they'd have to reprogram it and all that. So, did we do an amount? Did we do a guess?
680. So
And 680 gets us exactly what?
it gets you a train track for the volunteers.
And upgrades all our radios.
Yeah, yeah.
Gets us to phase 2. And it gives them an operation where they can come in on a channel.
In the
gives us-
county or the city.
It gives us 2 more train tracks total.
Well, it does, yeah.
The city.
No, not the city.
No, it gets 2 for the county judge and 1 for the
Okay,
city. So
okay.
it's 3 train tracks utilized by.
I know we want to accomplish something here, but this is, doesn't make sense that we're putting a number out there before we get a bid in. We're telling them what.
Well, you gotta have something in there.
Yeah, and
So you'll know what where you are bottom line.
it's it's a budgeting number is all it is, Matt.
We haven't approved the budget yet.
Yeah, and we have a number real close because, they came prepared and they actually came in lower than Tate when they did a couple weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, whatever it was. I want to make a motion that we approve the emergency management budget minus the $3,000 per department increase. That's where I'm going to start. And the pagers.
What's the emergency management code number?
See, I've got
407 and fire marshal's 543.
and you're writing these down, right, Shelley? Because we,
407 and, I'm sorry, 5.
543.
So go ahead.
and Matt, just for this vote, so you know, this ain't got anything to do with that bid, okay?
Well,
quote, whatever. I'm making the motion that we approve the emergency management budget minus the $3,000 per department and minus the pagers. Okay?
But make sure,
That's in the fire marshal budget.
Oh,
yeah, but to what benefit? Make sure that we put a,
yeah. We'll do that when we do the radio enhancement.
okay. Just want to make sure that anybody that looks at it says, oh man, they cut us.
Yeah, no, and I'm sure they'll be reaching out. I'm sure everybody in the
Yeah.
world's watching. They'll be reaching out. And the whole goal is to get them there, and that's the first step. So fire marshal's budget instead of emergency management budget. I guess I'm looking for a second.
I'll second that. We have a motion, Commissioner Hollowell, we have a second, myself, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? There are none. So, for our budgetary purposes, we have the motion.
We got the fire marshal's budget nailed down.
Do you have that, Pam?
So
Okay.
the other 180,000, does any
What
of it come
about the
from him?
pagers? They're in
Well, the
budget.
pagers come out,
The
so
pagers come out.
that covers the 180.
Yeah. Take the pagers out, take the 30,000 out. Okay?
Where's the 30? Is it,
It's
It's
three
in
times, it's
addition.
okay.
17 to 20, which is 3 times 10. 30.
And
This'll work, huh?
yearly for the pagers, we've budgeted 23,000, which is $3,000 a. They've asked for $3,000 each for pager repair. So that'd be
Adam?
30,000.
how many pagers y'all got sitting on the shelf not being used? Okay?
We use
What,
every one of
what, what's the downtime on them?
our month and a half.
Here's where I'm headed.
If we take the 150 out, there's nothing left in the pager line.
Okay, but they want $3,000 per department?
Yes.
That's for repair.
Yeah, but where I'm headed is if we think,
3,000 pager repair, 20,000 grant match, $10, well, this, I'm sorry, this is 24.
but that's not 3,000 per department, that'd be $30,000.
Right. So the budget request for 25, 3,000 pager repair, 20,000 grant match, $15 per run, and 20,000 per department.
But it's $300 a department though.
No,
3,000.
3,000.
That's $30,000 for repairs on pagers,
it's
guys.
unbelievable.
And, well, I
Well, in
get,
the
they get a
past,
wear and
we've
tear.
done 23.
Huh?
They get a little wear and tear.
They do.
Uh,
I try, and it's tough. I mean, they just, because they got them with them everywhere they go.
What'd you spend last year on repairs?
22, we spent 19,745. 23, we spent 18,823. And in June, when I printed this, we hadn't spent anything with a $23,000 budget.
I think we cut it from 30,000 to 20,000. We hadn't exceeded 20,000. And does that go to the department or does
No.
that come out of
They bring
Fletcher's?
them, they bring them to
They
Ray.
bring them to Ray, and then he brings her the bill after it's fixed.
Yeah.
Let's live on the edge and cut it to 20 if we have to.
We can add to it.
I mean, it's coming out of Ray's budget. I mean, and it sounds like the last 2 or 3 years we had, and what I'm trying to do is hold the dollar down in case we come back and upgrade. What are we gonna do with these old pagers?
Well, there's, You can sell them, I mean, they'll bring a couple $100 a piece, but you're gonna have to go out to, either go to an auction, or you can trade them in.
Yeah, and then, there still may be a UHF solution out there.
There could be.
So, but if we can save 10 here and 15 there, it's,
I mean, I just know my UHF inside the house compared to my 7-800 radio,
ain't no comparison.
no comparison.
Yeah, but you got a radio with an antenna versus a pager with no antenna.
Well, yes, but the little new pagers, the 7-800's got a little short
Uh,
antenna.
and some folks don't like that, I don't know why.
But they're more expensive, and
Yeah.
they're gonna have to, I would almost suggest buying a pouch for them where they aren't catching it on everything.
Well, you're gonna wanna do that with 700 radios too.
Yes.
I mean, those things, like the GFD guys, they wear those holsters around their neck so they're not on the belts and getting the dog knocked out of them all the time. Okay, so you've cut 10,000 out of there.
Okay, so to recap, no increase in their yearly amount. But keep the run money at $15. Take out the $155,000,
15 or 17?
$15 for run money.
It went up $5, Judge, from 10 to
Yeah.
15. So
Okay,
they got
okay.
$11,000 bump there.
Yeah.
Take out the 155 for pagers, but put in 20 for repair. For 155 for new pagers, put in 20 for repairs, and move the 500,000 from weight scale to communications and non-departmental, and make that 680,000.
Well, and that 30,000 coming that well. That may be moot to you, but that 30,000.
to me.
Yeah, okay, that's transparent. Okay,
That's what I have so far.
okay.
All right.
All right.
Do y'all use their grant money? How much of that, I mean?
No.
They have to apply for a grant to get it, and then it's matched.
They're limited to what they can receive, and at the end of the year, if it's not all spent, then we give more to the departments that apply for a grant.
I mean, at some point in time, and I have the numbers, at some point in time, there's some real tough decision-making to be done as to why you give a department that handles 60 calls a year, 17,000, and one that handles 600 calls a year. I mean, that's when at some point, we gotta go make some tough decisions.
And that could be done on the call rate.
Well, but
Slow
not-
down your
but-
call rate, pull your advance money back.
Oh, if you call your 17,000 advance money, is that what you're saying,
Right.
Bob? Yeah, I mean, it just don't make sense,
Yeah.
the way we're doing that. I mean, because last year when I looked, it looked like that, Valley View would get $48,000 and Ralston would get 1,700,
Right.
So, and I can't believe it costs as much to do insurance and maintain 2 apparatuses as it does 15. But that's probably that's a whole nother workshop.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, did we get a vote on that, guys? We're good now on fire? Now, it's too early to vote on non-departmental because we're probably gonna make some other changes on non-departmental, right?
What about, maintenance request to repair the Justice Center roof? $80,000 for that.
80,000? Do we have any choices?
I don't think we have any choice.
Was there two bids on that, or just one? One or two? One of them was just astronomical. the other one was
I thought there was 3, actually.
three.
I gotta go, I got emergency guys. I will keep y'all posted in a minute.
Sure is.
And also to, work on the windows, $150,000.
Well, those windows, that's something that seems like way too often, it's $150,000.
What's that?
Windows, where they come rework all the woodwork.
Windows.
Well, can we put it off another year?
Probably not.
I don't know how bad they are. Could we
They
split it in
haven't
2
been out
years?
since '22.
And how long was it before 22 that we done it?
I couldn't tell you.
I mean, that's just,
But if, if you wait and they've got a crack in them and
It's worse.
rains and it ices and it deteriorates.
is that all the windows again?
I think it was only a couple of, I don't know.
I bet it'd be nice if we could, had an assessment on windows, can do some of them one year and some the next.
That's the spirit.
It just says various repairs of various windows and doors in the courthouse.
Okay. I want to propose 2 more for votes, well, 4 more for votes. I'd make a motion that we approve the library as it was. I saw no significant changes in her budget.
You're saying no changes in the library's budget?
I didn't say there were no changes. What I put in my notes in reviewing it, no significant changes. So she may be a couple of hundred one way or another, but
That was some trouble this year.
travel.
We didn't vote for anything on the maintenance yet.
No. I just had some here. There's about 4, 5, or 6 here that I'm just trying to get us through some. Judge, your question was, how much is travel?
Yep.
$115,450.
Library.
Oh, no, whoa.
That's what I'm looking for.
No. Hang on.
Thursday.
No.
I think she cut it.
Her
I
travel,
believe she did.
her travel is $4,500. And that's down from 6 probably. Matt, I see you shaking your head. Are you see anything we need to do on hers? Like I said, I'd make the motion, we approve the libraries.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you.
Motion, Commissioner Hollowell, second myself. All in favor? One absent. Passes 4 to 0.
Guys, I noted no significant changes on the treasurer, even though I know that she increased her travel a little bit. But I think that's with the anticipation of having a new treasurer that needs to go make some conferences. And I'm sorry, guys, I'm not giving y'all numbers because like I said, I done my own spreadsheet and I've done it by name. And
497.
did you see anything, Shelley, to change on that one too?
Yeah, she's gonna have to have probably some training, right?
She's got to go to that financial conference, and 2 of us need to go to that. Because right now, we're in violation of our own policy, because to be members of the financial committee, you have to have attended the class.
Right.
And I think I'm representing the judge on that, and Jason's representing Jason, and it's Patty, and of course, Shelley probably never been one of the financial training classes. So if y'all don't see anything on that, I'm gonna make the motion, we close that one out and accept that one.
Have a motion, Commissioner Hollowell, second, Commissioner Sicking. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? There are none. Motion passes 4 to 0, 1 absent.
Okay, I'm gonna make a motion on DPS, no changes. Or approve it as it is.
Second.
Motion, Commissioner Hollowell, second, Commissioner Arndt. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? There are none.
Now let's do the game warden. Motion to approve.
Well, good Lord.
Oh, you can't turn pages fast enough to keep up with me?
We're gonna go through each one of them?
Well, I mean, you want to come back and visit them again? I'm just trying to close my,
Why don't we just look through there and just go through some that might need to be changed?
okay, we've done,
I mean, the game warden is like $800.
Yeah, game warden is
I'm just trying to get us,
minuscule.
okay? All right, where'd we end up on EMS? I question can we spend $40,000 for the handhelds to designate them EMS right now? We knew we were gonna need some, and we sure missed a golden opportunity not to let T-Cog pick them up. That's for the backup units. Adam, do you know the backup units have VHF radios in them? Surely they do.
I think the backup units all have a 700 radio in them, but they don't have handhelds in them.
Is that the deal?
So, like the tornado the other night, when they got out there, they get out of their truck to go look for people, they don't have no communication.
But typically, those backup are used with the on-duty crew. The equipment just went down, right?
They had on-call people come in.
But if they do, because somebody else is not, if they come out on call, they got their 700 handheld because they're understaffed.
Well, what happened is we had 5 ambulances out and they brought 3 more out.
Right, so the only time though we need those is in an absolute emergency, catastrophic event like that.
Right.
Which, and how often, I know we can't predict them, but how often does that happen? So what if we equip 2 of them this year and 2 next year?
Cut it in half.
Huh?
Cut it in half, basically.
I'm just,
I mean,
I mean, what that does is it gets you, that staffs 1 unit with 2 radios, all right? See, that ain't enough for, they're trying to staff 2 units, I guess.
is there 2 backup units? 5, we get a total of 7.
But 2 backup is 4 people, right?
It is.
So they're trying to equip 2 backup units.
And probably they're probably trying to staff that Rescue 6 also with 1 radio. So they're probably looking at 5.
I mean, 8,000 times 5 is $40,000.
Isn't that the number?
So if you was gonna try to prioritize that, how many would you order? 3, 1 for the ambulance, the 2 people on the ambulance, 1 for the rescue truck. And then that would leave us 2 more to buy next year and of course, a lot of the time, I guess one of those is down for mechanical reasons or whatever.
I mean, you don't need them till you need them.
I know.
You know?
But it's,
And you don't know when that is.
I mean,
But if we got 2 of them or 3 of them coming this time and the rest of them the next time, I think that would be better, you know, and them just sitting in the truck, not being used, that ain't good on them either.
well, we know they won't work if you don't charge them
They need to
periodically.
rotate them in and out.
Yeah, because I mean, they could be sitting there and not work.
Yeah, and I'm sure that, Wes would, you know, probably keep them in his office or where the captain's got, because the captains are gonna make the call to have people coming in. They're gonna come to the station and they can deck them out or whatever they need to do.
Let's change it to $24,000. That buys 3,
Buys
8,000
3.
apiece somewhere. What do you think?
I think it'll be a start.
I mean, in some of this, we still may have to come back and change. Okay,
Is that a motion?
no, not yet. I think everything else is, he increased his fuel by $20,000. Looked to me like that's a pretty significant increase. I wonder if he's because prices went up or he's making more runs,
Probably run volume,
or both?
or both.
Of course, we know between now and the election, price of gas will go down.
Huh?
I said, we know between now and the election, price of gas will go down.
Maybe.
All right, one of you guys want to pull the trigger on that? I'm good. I don't, no, he's got 38,553 in VHF pagers is what he's got in there. Shelley, do you know, was that repairs or new ones?
33,000.
I got 38, is it 33, but is it new or is it repairs, do we know?
That's what this year's budget.
But that's VHF pagers. At least
Sorry,
that's-
that's medical equipment. Got 28,005 in radio and communications, which would be those new papers.
Okay. But new, what do we do on that, guys? I don't remember his logic, or was he wanting new? Is that new digitals, I wonder?
Yeah, it's off that same quote for the VFDs.
Okay, then I think we scratch that. Because if we're not gonna buy volunteer fire new digital pagers, I don't think we go, I mean, we need to go work that problem for everybody.
Yeah. Like I say, once we get that 7,800, that might be our avenue.
Well,
They're not
I
that
don't want that, if that, supposedly that new tower down there, Denton coming on summer, ain't that gonna help that quite a bit?
with 7,800. It will.
well, but see,
Help the pagers or-
but Adam, I've asked them if we could put a UHF tower, UHF.
Well, that
See,
would help.
you put a UHF antenna down there, but then we still gotta figure out the county-wide thing, which side they page off of.
Right.
Yeah, and, but,
If you could, Wes kind of was a little leery about that the other day when we talked about multicasting or
But-
simulcasting that.
but what's crazy is, how'd we do it before? I still can't understand how we did it before off two towers.
Well, we had the wider band.
Now, see, that happened back in 2003. If you remember, that went away in '03. So we done much better since, because we were functioning good until we pulled that tower. But in answer to your question, if we can put a UHF tower down there, we might want a UHF and a VHF down there. If that's just new pagers, and they were concerned for the fire department, I say we pull it.
Since I don't understand, because at one point, you keep talking about going digital, but digital pagers.
Or 7,800.
Didn't they at one point say that the digital would not penetrate as good as the other one?
Well,
Buildings and
what
stuff?
Zach said,
But you're not getting out as, so your UHF, it depends on where you're at. With the digital, it's gonna be on every tower we got, and it's gonna hit every page we got. That might not penetrate as good, okay, I
But
get
it's
that.
gonna,
But you're coming from
coverage is gonna be.
coverage is so much better than.
Simulcast on digital.
Yes, we would.
but again,
We don't on UHF.
Again, it goes back to, let's not invest that money yet till we consider all our options. And if we're not gonna invest it in volunteer fire, let's not invest it in EMS. I mean, because if you don't upgrade it for volunteer fire to digital,
Well,
so,
we're still talking about a decrease in an increase that they've asked for, right? Essentially. We're not cutting what they already have.
no, we're just not giving them an upgrade,
We're
Judge,
just
is what I'm
not
gonna.
giving them the increase that they're asking for.
It-
So that can be, once again, considered phasing into,
In theory, it would be giving them a
And as long-
pager on their
yeah.
hip that wouldn't be any good because we don't have the microwave capacity or the radio. It wouldn't be a frequency for it to be paged out on. So-
but it still keeps us working towards the right solution.
We know their ultimate goal is to have
Yeah.
countywide paging, but we don't want to spend a big bunch of money right now till we're sure we got a really good
Yeah.
solution.
So they're not losing anything, they're actually gaining.
Let's not say they're gaining anything at this
Well, they're
point.
not gaining as much as they
Yeah, I mean, we absolutely improved it with the water tower, and we heard all kinds of good things. Now, I don't know what happened from then to now, and I don't think any of us can explain it, but, and what we're learning is there's absolutely no 100% perfect, because I am responding, doesn't work 100% of the time. What's the other one, Adam? Active 911, it has delays. Our pager system, our current UHF pager system has intermittent, and so does Channel 10 and Channel 12. So I would say we pull that out of the budget. Now, there's no ambulances in this one, right, Shelley? I mean,
It's in ARPA.
yeah. I'm gonna suggest probably, he's got 20,000 in fuel, he's got 21.5 in modems. I don't see, the narcotics safes sounds like something they need. Lucas sounds like something they need.
The modems are the upgrades, I think, for this new.
Oh, to the new software, that SSI software that, and I wonder if that works with every software, because right now they're not real thrilled with SSI software.
Must be for new ambulances, because we've already bought them some.
For the new ones coming in, maybe?
Can they not transfer them like we do radios?
Well, I don't know that we bought for every single one of them.
I don't think some of the backups don't have them. Maybe.
Okay. I think, Shelley, you moved or changed their 40,000 in radio and communications to 24.
They had 7,000.
Somewhere they got in their handheld radios, $40,000.
EMS?
I think so. Of course, I was wrong on pagers too.
I
I know he asked. I know he stood right there and asked us, and I have 40,000.
I don't have it in here, and it's not in my notes.
Okay, I just want to make sure, well, then you don't have the 24. If you don't have the 40, you don't have the 24.
They want 50 digital pagers at $38,552.50.
Okay, we wipe that out, because again, if they had digital pagers, there's no frequency from the chat home.
They want the medical director increase 3%. They want the walls and the base to be fixed. I don't have anything about handheld radios.
That might have just been in his communications line for upkeep.
Oh, he stood right there and said he wanted for these backup units.
I know they did have a problem when they were down there. They didn't have, the crew didn't have handhelds to go out in them.
Was I here that day?
Need 5 portables to equip backup ambulances and rescue truck.
Yeah.
Need-
Two, and
I need 4 mobile radios. He has 1 spare for ambulance, especially during disasters. I have that on
Okay.
June 24th.
That's what I got, hot dang.
It's not in the budget.
Oh, I bet you I handed you my notes that morning.
Maybe. It's not in the budget because there's no dollar amount.
Okay, so y'all want to put the 24 in?
say let's get 2 this, or 3 this year and 2 next year, and we'll be done.
All right, let's put 24,000. I mean, we took pager money out, so we still shaved it by $13,000.
Still moving in the right direction.
Now you're down to necessity and compared to needs.
Now you're down to necessity versus
Instead of
wants.
I knew I got that wrong, Gary.
And I wonder if his fuel difference, I wonder if their fuel difference was diesel and gas, but it went up. Gas should have went down.
Well, they got 2 of them running on gas now.
Okay,
Bet it's call volume.
Anybody remember what we said? I'm gonna suggest we approve the EMS budget minus pagers. We changed the 40,000, which you say is not in there, that we had 24,000 for handhelds.
See, I don't have the papers in here either.
Okay, so that's fine, as long as, as long as you're absolutely sure they're not in there. And that's the one you tweaked with the raise in it, right? Or whichever, I mean, it makes no difference.
For the medical director?
No, now, we didn't talk about the medical director. There's a $2,400 pay increase for the medical director. And I don't, is that one of those things like we did a few years back? We went off and said, hey, would you like a raise?
I think he asked for one.
Okay, I mean, if he asks, it's different. In the past, we have gone off and said, hey, would you like a raise?
How'd he go?
Huh?
How did he go?
Yeah, hey, would you like to have a raise?
Actually, the email is about the narcotic storage.
Okay. It's $200 a month.
This request for the renovation maintenance miscellaneous, does that come out of,
Rick's budget.
What's that? Matt?
for the EMS,
Oh,
For the phase.
I think we gotta fix that. You have mold if we don't. You know, I went and created a spreadsheet, and I didn't look at their whole budget. I looked at the variances, what their ask was above last year's, what I done.
What did we decide on the modes?
I can't, I don't have any reason to question it.
What's that?
The modems, but she said, what did we decide on the modems? And I don't have a reason to I don't know about it.
I'm gonna have to
I think
defer
it's
to you
something
on
with this
that.
SSI or whatever you're talking about, or something with,
Yeah.
We need to call.
how much was it?
It was
3,000 each, 3 of them.
$21,500. That's 7. That's one for every ambulance. Or every.
I know they talked about, it's something to do with they're getting them from Wesley.
I don't.
Where are you getting $21,000?
Seven
Mine
times.
says radio and communication, 3 modems, 3,000 each.
You count 7, right?
I don't know what I'm doing.
You count 7.
All of a sudden, I'm in stump mode right there.
I think they had them in budget last year. But I think they've been waiting.
See, I wish I don't have Wes's cell phone. I pick up
I
phone
think
call
I
him.
paid for those out of 457. I have to double check.
Typically, like I said, I went through the budget, line item by line item, and marked the increase over last year. And
He must be at lunch or on
Well, he added 21.5 to
West Reed.
radio and communications.
And that's, apparently that's where I've just, 21.5 is my number, so it's an increase
If you
over.
divide that by 4, that's 53.75 for handhelds, but they're more than that.
No, that's not handhelds.
You don't know Jason's
If you divide it by 3, that's 71.67.
Did you call Wes?
I did, he didn't answer. I don't know if he's on the phone or at lunch.
I think they're 70, let's see.
They're about $7,800 a piece.
Yeah, and by the way, JP1 is buying Constable 1s right now,
Right.
so we don't have to budget for that. I haven't heard anything out of JP2.
Guys, let's hold off on that vote over that, unless y'all want to approve it, and us,
Now, let's check it out.
I mean, and come back and drop it. JP2. he's asked for his car allowance. He didn't ask for it last year. That brings him up to the same as JP1. The only question I had on his, he's got a computer in there, and I would think that would come out of Daryl's. And it was over last year's.
Say that again.
JP2,
Yeah.
he asked for an increase in his car allowance. And then he asked for a computer, $2,500 for a computer. And of course, he had an increase of $2,500 for conference, but he has got he's actually got 2 new employees.
2 new.
So,
Well, the computer can come out of his tech fund.
yeah.
Say it, Ken.
It should, it should. Guys, I would make the motion that we approve the JP2 request with the exception of transitioning the computer out of general fund money. That needs to come out of his tech money.
Got IT,
He's got his own.
his own tech.
There's no computer request in general fund. This orange part is his tech fund.
Okay, that's fine, as long as it's coming out of tech fund and not general fund. So that'd be a motion. And
You're gonna raise his
and we did know,
car loan?
yeah,
We give it to him.
what,
Then we give him the car allowance.
yeah, I mean,
We raised it from where it was.
from 4,800 to 6,000, it's $100 a month or something. It matches Jody's.
We should give it.
Is what it does. You with me, Shelley? You good? You still getting it? And I don't know why I put car allowance $1,395. Probably, I think it's $1,200, isn't it? It's just a $1,200 increase, not a $1,300. Okay, we good on, did we vote on that one? JP, 2? Huh?
Oh, second it.
Second. Okay, we have a motion, Commissioner Hollowell, second, Commissioner Hart. You have a motion, ma'am? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? There are none. Motion passes 4-0, 1 absent.
County Court at Law, I'd make a motion, approve.
It's essentially just the same as it.
Well, he added $3,500 in conference expense. And he typically doesn't use any.
Was that 1 and 2 when we did this?
I'm sorry.
It's just that 1 and 2?
Precinct 1 and Precinct 2 constable? I just done 2 then.
JP2.
That was just JP2.
JP2.
And I guess,
Pretty much.
we can, we can do 1 and 2. I was just doing them one at a time, just so we had it marked. You wanna make a motion on 1?
You didn't finish voting on two.
Yeah, we're still doing county court law. Is that-
County Court at Law.
Okay, I'm sorry. County Court at Law, like I said, everybody ought to be cutting their conference expense. I still believe that. He's gone from 0 to 3,500. If they've not been attending, 2 conferences is about $1,000 a conference. So we might decrease that to $2,000. Pam, wait, we gotta. And again, we really need to work on the conference thing. That's, situations being where they are, guys, that's some of our low-hanging fruit, where they're taking their deputies you know, we really need to look at cutting those deputies and let them come back and brief the elected, or, I mean, the elected has got to have their hours.
I mean, are deputies actually required to have CEs?
Where'd Brandy go? Pam, are your deputies required to have CEs? See,
I mean, we're,
probate clerk needs to go to the probate school, so she can get new law, knows for that.
yeah, but, you know, we know what it cost. I mean, it cost about $1,000 a conference. And like I said, if it, I'm one-man band there, but if it were, and it ain't popular, and I'm used to it, but at some point in time, it's, do you get raises, or do you, does the whole office get a raise, or 2 or 3 people get to travel? You know.
I think my whole office, all of my admin.
So y'all want to leave conference expense there at $3,500? You want to cut it to $2,000?
we didn't have any last year.
0 is what I think. Wasn't any was last year, Shelley. Hadn't been in years. What I recall, hadn't been any money.
Well, the Center for Judiciary usually pays for their registration and their lodging, I think.
But conference, as far as I know, they hadn't spent anything.
He spent $75 this year.
Yeah, and some folks say, oh, well, COVID, we didn't go, blah, blah, blah. But
Year before that, he spent $583.
$2,000. I make the motion that we reduce the county court at law judge's travel from $3,500 to $2,000 and leave the rest as is.
Second. All in favor?
Do what, Matt?
Just ask about the court coordinator, conference with court coordinator, 385 to 1,000.
They're required to get 16 hours a year. The court reporter, there's a separate fund for that.
The coordinator and recorder the same thing?
No.
No.
And the court coordinator has not been, that's what I'm saying, the court coordinator has not been utilizing training. Unless they're going and it's funded by the association.
Which I don't think it is.
Yeah. But I mean, still $2,000 is.
Statute
from-
requires the coordinators to have 16 hours of training every year.
And we don't police that. So. Matt, did we need to back up on that vote? You want to hold off on, what are you thinking?
No, I just was looking at the coordinator, went
Yeah.
385 to 1,000.
Yeah.
No, you're fine, go ahead.
Did we vote on it, Judge? You made a second. I marked, right, I motioned, you seconded?
We have not voted on it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 4-0, one absent.
All right, I'm down to district judge, and Shelley said we need to change her by, say, $1,300, Shelley?
3105.
$3,105. I like $1,700 better.
3105.
That's how much she needs to
The
change her.
District, we gotta pay the district for court appointment, visiting judges.
Oh, yeah, for visiting, that's right.
And that's not a
Well,
choice.
That's an increase.
Yeah, but not a choice.
No, that's a have to.
Judge, I think you got to be getting close to,
Well, you mentioned hot funds, of course, that doesn't apply to, that doesn't
the-
affect, permanent improvement.
that's a long one. That's buildings. I don't want to go through all that one yet.
I know, but
Yeah.
just one thing that I want to accomplish in this, can we decide not to do anything with that building this year?
It won't come out of
Well, it's gonna cost money, I don't care.
Yeah.
If we put up walls, if we end up having to do ADA because of that, if, the move itself would cost money. You'd have telephones, you know, I don't even know where to begin to estimate how much money it could cost to actually move 5 offices into that building and get them ready for it. Is anybody,
I don't wanna lock in on that because I know DPS is ready.
well, not all of them, I'll guarantee you,
DPS office over here,
they're not ready.
I'll tell you Mosby is, and he's the main one that runs it.
Well, he wasn't the other day when I talked to him, but
Ryan?
Ryan,
He hasn't called me and told me any different.
We had a motion to change the district judge. We increased it by
105.
3105
but
for
that-
visiting
is that already
judge.
in the budget though?
No.
No,
You didn't, oh, okay, I thought.
we didn't have it until this.
Okay,
Judge,
then go ahead and I'll make the motion to increase it by 3105.
I think I did. Did I?
Do what?
Did I not make a motion?
I didn't hear.
I don't-
it.
I-
I was asking.
That's the reason I was asking her, because I can't keep.
Then you made the motion, I'll second it.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? There are none. Motion passes 4-0.
Are we in the middle one, or I need to? I saw ag extension, compliance, and, is, y'all want to be done?
We need to take a break.
You want to take, well, do you want to come back this afternoon?
Are we almost through here?
No, we ain't hit the, we ain't.
I know, but
That, I mean, the non-departmental is, that's, or maintenance, well, that's, those, IT is, I mean, that's some of, IT won't be controversial, but it's, I mean, and Judge, we've made a lot of progress this morning, and I appreciate your effort. I still can't commit to doing nothing with the Prosperity Bank. I could absolutely consider doing 1 floor instead of 2, and my goal initially would be to, what we do, stay under the $45,000 ADA cap. And I see the downstairs moving DPS driver's license and some offices downstairs may be doable without spending that money. I'm not wanting to waste any money.
okay. But once again, if you go back to my premise, my original statement, why are we here? We are here to serve the public. Is that correct?
My version of serving the public, Judge, and yours vary considerably, because I'm looking at it, I think, at a bigger picture. If I follow that thought process and that logic, we're responsible for maintaining all the buildings and all the infrastructure and making investments. And that is it was an investment made to improve services for all residents of the county.
Okay.
That's my perception. Yeah.
But in reality,
Yeah.
you know, I have to disagree with you there because I don't see any way it supports the people of the county. It doesn't make anything easier. If anything, it makes it harder. Now you're right around the corner from DPS. You're moving people over there that don't want to be there. You're spending, even if it's $10,000, $40,000, I don't care what it is, it doesn't serve a purpose for why we are here.
See,
Plain and simple.
but I think our long-term goal serves the purpose, because our long-term goal is to vacate a bunch of these buildings and to reduce
Okay.
maintenance costs and utilities.
Okay, but hear me out here. What if we didn't do anything this year? There are other buildings in this county that we could better utilized perhaps than one right in the middle of downtown Gainesville. Okay? And if we waited a year, maybe put off, save that money this year, Lord knows we need to because of the tornado. If we saved that money this year, put it back, whatever, didn't spend it, next year we found a different place, or even better, if we did find, and that buyer is out there for this place over here, to where it's back on the tax rolls again, it belongs to somebody else, and all the maintenance nightmares and everything else, which there are, and a year from now we locate a better place to house whoever we want to move. Someplace that's not where they have to walk back and forth across the street in icy weather and rain and one thing and another. Where you keep saying there's more parking. Yeah, there's what, 15 places over there? Those will be gone.
7 in the front.
Okay.
They have none over here.
And they're right around the corner from the tag office.
Perfect. I have people lost all the time.
Guys, we're gonna, we're obviously not gonna get anywhere with that.
We're not gonna solve this right now, but I'm just saying, let's consider that.
I think over time, all those things are being considered, but I don't perceive you're ever gonna get a majority vote to.
Probably not.
And so I don't know how long you can leverage it, but that's neither here nor there. We've made progress today. We need to continue to, and there's enough common ground here to get through a budget, this year. And we're already, we're not making popular decisions, and we've got some less attractive ones, but we've certainly agreed on some things today that we haven't agreed on in weeks. So, we're making hay. Now then, the question is, it's break time. Is it a break or is it an adjournment? Or do we want to come back, do something this afternoon, or do we want to?
According to what you just said, it's an adjournment. If we're not going to change.
No, I'm asking the question. That was a question.
I know. But if you're saying that issue is not going to change, because I don't have the votes, basically, I've been told that before, but I wouldn't be doing my due diligent duty if I believed strongly enough in something, in serving this county, and didn't continue to carry through with it.
Judge,
it's a bad decision, and
I mean, all you're doing is expressing your conviction. I have absolutely no problem with that. I think you've expressed it. I think everybody knows where you stand, but I don't think we could just shut the budget process down because, you can't hold it up. No way you can hold up the budget.
No.
And so
it's not my intention. My intention would be for somebody to say, that judge is right. I think we need to.
Judge, I love you like a brother, but I don't think you're going to get anybody to say you're right on that subject. I don't think you're going to get that.
But my point is, we might as well adjourn. I don't think.
Well, but that doesn't have anything to do. Well, okay, so we lack 7 or 8 departments. So should we never come back because we're not going to deal with the Prosperity Bank?
What are those? No. What are those 7 or 8 departments?
Again, we need to take a break. I mean.
Do you want a break? Adjourn?
Just a lunch break.
Yeah.
Let's go eat lunch and come back.
Come back? All
I'll make
right.
a motion we take a break,
Be back at 2.
come back at 2:15. Yeah, all right.
I second that.
That work?
Yep. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, 2:15. actually 2:17, and we can reconvene after our break. And Gary, I know you've got some things written down. You've probably done as much preparation as anybody for this, so go over some of those things that bother you.
Bother's probably a strong word, but just things I highlighted. Adam, I think I heard you visiting with Wes. He get back with you on those modems.
Yeah, they've got modems in every truck except the 2 backup trucks and the backup rescue. And when they use up backup trucks, they don't have a modem to transfer, and it transfers the data from the truck computer to the hospital, and also it tracks that truck through the CAD. So if they're in that backup truck, they don't know where they're at, and they can't use the computer to transmit.
So how many of them do they need, and what's the price?
3.
$7,000 a piece, I'm guessing?
No, I think they were 3,000 pieces.
See, that's what Shelley said. So where's the 2150 come from? 21.5 come from?
Sounds like 7 of them.
I don't know.
We sent you on a mission.
I didn't ask him how much. Yes, back on.
And it may be that there was something else in that line.
That could be the subscription also might be included in there per year.
That probably could be.
That might be in subscriptions though.
Yeah. I take it you tried him again, and he
Huh?
did you try him again? He didn't
Yeah, I
answer?
texted him. Yeah, it's showing. 13,000. Oh, that's for the lockers. And that's part. This might be that's the MetaSafe to where it downloads it to them. When they open it, it tells them when it's open. That ain't good. That's just for that lockbox. That's the lockbox that we approved for the NARCs. He'll get back with me if we want to move to the next deal. He's reading it.
Give me 1 second, guys.
Oh,
Go ahead, Judge. I was looking for my budget online, so I'd have to
That's all right.
thumb through all these, through the paper budget, and I had it opened earlier. I flagged, just like I did last year, I'm sorry, he didn't answer us right, we're still waiting on Wes a minute.
Now we can go ahead. When he does it, I'll say it.
it first pass on the SO, I thought probably the FTO stipend was appropriate. The sergeant pay for the civil deputy. Drug terminator, drone. I left raises blank because I thought everybody wants to talk about those. I think we ought not touch on group raises without everybody here, just what we want to do. So I didn't see anything terribly alarming about the sheriff's office, the courthouse security, or the jail. The next one that we had talked about was Precinct 1 Constable, as to whether or not we wanted to fund an additional reserve and whether or not to increase the $250 in ammo. I still have a tendency to think that he and the Precinct 2 Constable have a good working relationship and able to back each other up. He's got one reserve. He's also, if there's something going on in JP1 Court, he's got a deputy there pretty close, readily available to back him up. I think we told the line at 450, give him the same thing on the ammo as we gave Precinct 2. So, I thought I'd get your thoughts, Judge. That gives him $450 for ammo. Normally, I'm a huge advocate of reserves, but in this case, first it's the cost of the reserve, then it'll be ammo, and then it'll be uniforms, and and it's going to add up on us. So, you guys want to deal with it or move on?
Put them both at 450.
I'm sorry, Matt. What you saying?
Put them both back at 450.
No, I put the ammo at 450,
Right.
and I zeroed out the reserve.
I'm talking about both constables.
Oh, we did precinct, let me go back here and look, but we did precinct 2, and he didn't have a problem with it, at 450. We reduced him from 500 to 450, and he didn't have a problem. So I'm saying 450 on ammo and zero out the reserve.
Yeah, the modems are 3,000 apiece, so times 3.
$9,000.
Yeah.
Does he know of anything else comes out of that line item while we got him on the horn?
You said it was 21.5?
We're EMSing. We're doing modems. We jumped on you, Judge.
I know, but
Yeah, well, initially it was 21.5,
yeah.
and we've accounted for 9,000. So, and you might have been on to something with some subscription, Adam, but I don't.
That should be in the subscription line, though, you would think. And it's showing 21.
Well, y'all double check me, because that's what I was trying to do, is get back to my other budget to see.
Well, that's what you said this morning too, is 21.5.
Yeah, and she didn't object earlier. Anybody that's in the that's doing it online, anybody know what page it is? Or what is it, is it 470 something?
On EMS,
Yeah.
540.
What's the first three, Bubba?
001, 540.
001540?
That's EMS.
Okay. Okay. Where did I see that? There's 28.5 in radios and communications.
Yeah.
But Shelley showed 21 earlier too, so I don't know, or she didn't. Subscriptions. I showed it as an increase of $21,500.
It doesn't really show what line item it's in here, does it?
I'm going back looking now as we speak just to see, because I would have done it between line items, between column 1 and 2, and had a $21,000 increase is the way I would have probably looked at it a week and a half ago when I was doing it.
It could be under the radio and communications.
But I've slept since I've,
He was at 7 and went to 28, and that would be 9,000, and then
you're saying under radio communications went from 7 to,
some
Radio
7,000.
communications was 28.5,
Yeah,
and
I'm wondering if this is under communications. It's 9,000, and then a couple handhelds.
but we changed that to 24,000 for 3 handhelds.
Yeah. I don't see where this 9,000's in there. Not on her requested deal here. Let's say it's in addition to this later, you know.
He needs 9,000.
Yep.
But see, to help Pam and Shelley know later what we're doing, we need to know what line item that we're putting it in. Excuse me 1 second, guys, I got it. My thought process put 9,000 in whatever line item that is.
Yes.
And for Pam's benefit, oh, it's under modems, but I don't see modems in here. So I think,
Could be under, no, I was gonna say under telephone.
in my summary, I had modems for some reason, and it was probably, You've never seen it this quiet, have you?
I was wondering what's going on.
And we could put it under miscellaneous and move it if we had to.
Let's,
Shelley coming back, do we know?
She said she wasn't.
she not come back. Where I think we were earlier, we were ready to approve this, the EMS minus the pagers. Right. I'm gonna make the motion that we approve the EMS budget minus the pagers, which was both VHF and digital, both of them get removed. We change modems from 21,500 to 9,000. We change handhelds from 40,000 to 24,000. That'd be my motion.
Did we already vote on the, what was the first part about
On EMS, we talking about constables and we switched.
no, I mean, the first part of your EMS?
We discussed them, but we didn't, we
didn't
didn't,
vote on
no, we
them.
kept
Okay.
putting it off, trying to
Got a
figure out.
motion, but we never got a second.
Okay,
So I just
okay.
wanted to just discard that one and just make.
Yeah, and I'll second yours.
Okay, so we've amended that motion slightly, but we're waiting to get that information, okay? Okay, everybody good?
Motion, Commissioner Hollowell, I second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
All right, then I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Then we were having a discussion on the constable when we got back off on EMS. And my motion there was to approve his budget request with the exception of ammo, which needs to be $450, and zero out the cost of an additional reserve.
And I'll second that one.
And you're getting this right, Pam, I mean,
Take out the additional reserve.
yeah, because I'm not taking notes for Shelley because I can't, I've over multitasked this morning.
So we have a motion, Commissioner Hollowell, second by myself. All in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Motion passes 4-0. Did I say 5-0 on that last one? I think it should be
No,
4.
it was 4-0.
Okay.
You said 4, you just didn't say 1.
And we didn't say earlier, but just so people think Commissioner Snuggs is not playing hooky, he left for a family emergency.
Correct.
Okay, District Clerk, she has asked that, as I understand it right now, her part-time clerk is funded out of a preservation fund. She's asked that we fund that out of general fund, if I understand correctly. We're spending $309,725, I guess, this year alone on records preservation. It's a very aggressive position. I personally, if we can't fund that part-time out of records preservation, I don't think we transfer that to general fund. And again, I'm not even talking about our special raises for deputies. That's a whole different conversation. But
Motion, Commissioner Hollowell.
you making it?
What was your motion,
Yeah, yeah.
I could have sworn I heard motion.
Y'all gonna be right there when all the darts come flying, right? I would, if the request is to fund the part-time position out of general fund, I'd make the motion that we deny that request. And if that person can't be funded out of records preservation, then it not be funded.
Now, a motion, Mr.
I did, that was it, wasn't it?
Maybe you're approving the rest of her whole budget except for the.
Well, we're not approving any raises, any request for any raises. I personally didn't see anything else. If you guys saw something else that needs to be questioned, that's just the ones that, I mean, what I done was get the ones I thought were obvious. I mean,
Just the raise issue needs to be.
I mean, I'm coming back and question everybody's travel. So, I mean, I mean, the judge went back last year and asked these folks to make some adjustments, and they didn't cooperate a whole lot. And so, I'm gonna ask that the court make some changes. But that's my motion on, and we vote on that one?
Yes, so far it's just a motion, need a second.
And please do review it, see if there's something else that jumps out, because
And that's what it's coming out of now, right?
my understanding is it's coming out of records preservation. And I can't imagine her asking it to come out of general fund if there's funds in records preservation. So that's the reason I said if we're asking to transition that. If she can fund it out of records preservation, then it's a moot point. But if she wants us to fund it out of general fund, I mean, we're probably one of the most aggressive counties that there is in the records preservation business. And y'all remember we were lobbied hard just a couple of years ago to increase that by $107,000 over the next couple of years. And like I said, that effort alone this year is $309,725 if my math's right. And so we can increase that.
So we need a second.
Or it can die for lack of, I mean.
I'd like to get a little more information on it, if she doesn't have the money in it.
You know, like I said, if she can fund it out of
Yeah, she
records preservation, I don't have a problem.
Right.
But if it, so my motion is, if it can be funded out of records preservation, fine. If it needs to come out of general fund, no.
Yeah.
But I'm okay. I mean, we're moving pretty fast.
The same, like, in 22, you approved it, 5 years, 309,700.
That's on the contract itself, but then in addition, she's got a part-time up there working on it.
To get it all together.
That's a big project.
But the preservation fund's paying for that. She's wanting to move that out of the preservation fund.
What?
Oh, so
See, the difference usually is you wait until you got the money saved up and then you do records preservation, it comes out of your fund. Primarily hers right now is coming out of general fund, as I understand it. And so, I mean, that's,
She doesn't get none for preservation, does she?
She did some, I think.
hers is minuscule compared to Pam's.
She hasn't written back. I texted her, but she hasn't written back. She's probably busy.
No, I know she doesn't get all the guys to.
Yeah.
It's not a lot.
Okay.
That Motion died for lack of a
Lack of a
second.
second. Yeah, I'm good with it.
Okay,
She's on her way.
who is?
Marcy.
Okay.
And right now, that's the only question I have about her budget. I mean, we can,
Yeah.
never heard it so quiet, huh?
Come in.
The question that came about is on your part-time help, that 23,000. Is it coming out of records preservation or is it coming out of general fund?
So what happens with it is Shelley has asked for it to be put from the general fund over into the preservation fund line. Because my line doesn't generate enough money like Pam's does. I don't generate the funds like she does.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it'll be records preservation.
No, it will come out, it's funny money game there. It's
Yeah.
coming out of general fund. As she said, she's not drawing enough money right now to fund it, not generating enough money to fund it. And so it's coming out of general fund.
So Shelley, and I kind of understand why she wants to keep it that way because it is a preservation clerk, you know, doing the scanning and all that stuff. And so she just prefers to keep it in that, moved over into that preservation rather than keeping it all coming out of the general where you see it in the.
It's for tracking on the ledger, I'm sure,
I
for
guess so,
accountability. Yeah.
So,
So your motion, you said it backwards.
No, I said if it's truly coming out of a records preservation fund, not an issue. I said if it's coming out of general fund, that we not budget it. Well, it's coming out of general fund. She's just funneling it over to records preservation.
yeah,
Just
and
taking general fund money and putting it in.
Yes, because hers is not generating, no reflection on Marcy whatsoever.
no, right.
I-
It's just because
I was trying to tell them, what did you used to collect it, now you don't even get to collect it?
no, because of that amount decreased, and you know, when they redid all the court costs and
That's
stuff.
exactly what happened.
What year, I don't know, like 2020, when that all changed? And when that all changed, it changed how the funding went over into our preservation funds and how we got all that. And that all changed because it's all grouped into one consolidated court cost fees and stuff now. So, but Shelley didn't want to put that part-time person over into the general fund, general budget, what is that, I'm sorry, the 450, 45001. Yeah, she would have put it over on that side. She wanted to keep it over in that preservations.
Yeah. So,
Keep it separated.
and we've been doing that for how long?
We've been doing that for 3 years, 4 years. Yeah.
And
And there for a long time, I funded it as long as I could until I depleted that.
yeah, yeah, and if you've been watching what I've seen, you've taken a very aggressive approach on records preservation. I can appreciate that.
I'm sorry, say it again.
You've been taking a very aggressive approach on records preservation. I can appreciate that.
Yes.
But we're making some sacrifices this year, trying to not hammer our fund balance, especially with the tornado and stuff. We talked about it in case you were not watching this morning. We're committing about $2 million that we will expend and then wait till we get some of it back.
Right.
So anyway, the motion was us not fund the part-time.
Oh,
So,
okay.
and then I'm about to question the guys about, we're spending about $115,000 on conferences. you have to have CEs, correct?
That is correct, but, and then if you'll notice on mine, we do get money back from the judiciary on ours, so what I budget, we get reimbursed monies back on. I try to take at least one of my ladies in January and one of my ladies in September, October, whenever that one is, but we've not been able to do it. I've not been spending all that money, but I know, and next year probably wouldn't, I mean, I can cut that just a fraction, but we do get monies back from that. We do get monies back.
Yeah. What I'm suggesting to the court, again, is not popular with a lot of folks, but you've got to get your CEs. Your deputies do not have
That
to
is correct, yeah.
And you're obviously well qualified to come back and communicate what you learned, because I know you do that.
Right.
So, I'm encouraging the court to make substantial cuts in everybody's. I mean, last year, it was $125,000. The judge went around, visited with some folks. Some were very helpful and gave up $5,000 or $6,000, $7,000. But others were not so forthcoming. And so we can go back and ask, and everybody can say, I absolutely have to take these two people.
Right.
And there's a difference in you'd like to and what we need to be paying for.
Exactly.
And I'm not picking on you.
Yeah, no, I
you just
understand.
happen to be the only one that has showed up during this
I'm not
discussion.
scared of you.
Huh? Yeah.
I said I'm not scared of you.
All 150 pounds of me, I'm sure I make you a nervous wreck. Hopefully I don't sound hostile. But anyway, that's where we are.
Okay.
And I didn't, what's your, you're an 01, what's your numbers, district clerk?
450.
450.
Are you gonna have to make another motion, because that can die?
Yeah, wait until, yeah. It died waiting, more it put. I don't know that it's dead on the vine. I'm still gonna leave that motion out there. And then I think we probably addressed everybody's conference at one time.
Okay.
Rather than
And
just,
then I can start getting some figures together, so I know exactly what it would cost me, to go. Because the next one's in Sugar Land next summer. We've got one in Denton, and then I'm not sure where the fall ones are right now. So, it's not like I'm having to go a long distance for at least one of them. Other than I don't do a room, but I do commute back and forth. So,
that's the kind of stuff we need to be looking at. Someplace where we don't have to have air travel. I mean,
yeah, and the only problem with that is, it's that we don't get per diems when we travel, locally back and forth. We don't get, that, and that's kind of wrong. That's why I guess if we're going to do it, you might as well stay in a room, and then that way you get, since you're out of pocket for your foods and stuff. But I don't know if that's something the county can look at if we decide to, which I know Shelley says, I believe it's Shelley that says that we can't get those if we don't stay overnight or something. So I don't know, it's something we need to look at, especially if we're going to try to save money, save $200 a night on, that you can at least pick up our lunch meals, while we're there.
well, we need to look at our per diem policy anyway, because we all know you can't go to Austin and eat 3 meals a day for $45.
No, you can't.
So that's something that we need to look at. I mean,
Right.
it can be discussed. I mean,
But I know this, let's see, the one in October, or is it going to be September?
usually you go in August. We all go in August to post-ledge or
Yeah, but I've not been
pre-ledge.
going to that to save money. I've not been going to the TAC legislative conference, especially not this year. Next year might be a little bit different, just because, next year is an odd year, so we're going to have some legislative updates, and that's when they are
associations do talk about the updates that are going to be forthcoming that will affect us. So,
Post-led's always more important than pre-ledge.
yeah.
But I mean, what they're doing with you clerks and Brandy just changing so much, I think it's crucial that you make those. Like I said, we're just,
It's very, because a lot of our conferences, it's so much more difficult to get everything that we need to try to get fit in, to learn in those certain amount of time. So technically going to the 3 conferences does benefit because we're able to get more information, and especially from one conference to the next, then they see what we need to address then in the next conference, and pick up on, especially with the ever world changing and all these Supreme Court mandates and stuff, orders that are coming down on some of these, it's making it quite challenging.
of course, yours is yours is just like ours, I'm sure, in that after you've made them, that they so often it's redundant because they got new elected officials. So if you've been in more than a term or two, a lot of it's redundant. But you still want to be on the cutting edge.
Some of it is redundant. However, I can tell you that it's an ever-changing world in the court system, and so I don't know, it's just different. There is something that changes all the time.
Yeah. I mean, we're gonna, I can't speak for the court, but I think we're making huge strides to try to get us back into balance. We was talking to Shelley this morning, this year we're running a $5.1 million deficit.
Yeah.
And what a lot of department heads, elected officials don't understand, we can do that for about 3 years, and it's not going to be a choice what we want. We're going to have to cut $5 million, and that's people. And ain't any of us want to cut people.
So I do have a question, and this is probably really not, since I've not really had a chance to come back and address it or anything, but I do have a question for you. So I know, Gary, that you've talked about a clerk as a clerk, and and I've asked that my deputies kind of get a different a salary adjustment. But when you were saying that, when I went back and was doing some research and got some records, open record stuff from Elizabeth, do y'all understand that we have a clerk in the sheriff's office that makes $49,000? She does not do anything that my clerks do. She doesn't have to be bonded. She doesn't have to go under an oath. She scans records and handles those sorts of things. So my question is, if we have a clerk as a clerk, how are we going to fix this?
Yeah, and we talked about that this morning. And me, I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah, I know.
There's been mistakes made. I guarantee you, we gave raises to people or to positions at some points in time that might have bypassed the court, or not literally bypassed, but went unnoticed. There's some anomalies. But I can't, just because I got 1 or 2 anomalies, I still need to try to keep in check the other 200 plus employees. And I hope folks understand, I don't think a clerk is a clerk in a demeaning fashion or anything. There are differences in our different administrative assistants' pay. Mm-hmm. But I don't mean to be disrespectful to any of them. And like I said, we got anomalies.
But I don't know how are we going to fix it?
Well,
because my clerks are saying, that what they do is 10 times what that person does, and they make $10,000 less than she does, and that's not right.
Well,
she is a clerk.
And the only way to fix it is spend several thousands of dollars and do surveys, and we need a step plan. An entry level versus an advanced. The problem is a lot of elected officials don't want to do performance evaluations.
Do what now?
A lot of elected officials don't want to do.
But there's no reason for us to do those when the commissioners are the ones who set the pay. So there's
But
for right now, there's not a reason for us to do that.
But if you do a step program and you do it right.
Exactly.
Okay, then what happens is all the department heads rank their people, then they get together basically and decide who's the number 1 need in Cooke County, and that person's sacred, it down to the least contributor to Cooke County, and that person's the first one that you would lay off if you ever got into a layoff situation. I mean, that's what's done in the real world, in the corporate world. County government's a whole different beast. I appreciate every employee out there. Are the anomalies? Yes. Are we going to fix them all overnight? No. Do I support throwing money at this group, knowing that that group's gonna want it, we're all deputies now, you know, I appreciate every employee we got. At some point, I don't wanna hold them back. If they think they can do better somewhere else, they need to go.
Right, but the thing is that there was something happened, an error was made, and the court approved it for that to happen, but yet no one wants to fix it. And the only way to fix it is to start trying to adjust these salaries to where we can slowly, you're not gonna fix it overnight.
Well,
And
one way
it's
to.
not gonna fix overnight.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, I mean, you get that.
Right.
One way to fix it is next time that position's vacant, they rehire, you don't rehire at the same
But the
money.
thing is they've hired 3 people in
Okay.
that same position, and nobody steps back and looks at it.
Yeah.
And that's a problem. That's a big problem.
I'm not gonna make promises I can't keep.
Right.
I will acknowledge that there's an issue, and I don't think I'd multiply the problem by, just because this individual was mistakenly, or maybe at some point in time it was warranted, I don't know. But just because there's that anomaly, I could break the county trying to create everybody equal.
I understand, but
I mean, and we got a problem in county government in general. The
Right.
fact that people rely on us to give a raise, 3%, 5%. I hate across the board raises, because you got people that's busting their tails, and you got other people retired in place, and we're gonna give them the same raise. That's wrong. So if we wanna talk about what's wrong, let's look deep. and say-
I understand what you're saying, but
Yeah.
you know, whenever I asked for that, I didn't ask for just the across the board, but I asked for them to have a salary adjustment to reflect the job that they do. And when you look at what the job these ladies do, when they have to understand the statute, the laws, and everything that comes down the pike from the legislature on how they have to do their jobs, and that position out there is a warrant records clerk that only handles the paper coming back in and scanning those records in. She doesn't have to know the statute, she doesn't have to know the laws, she doesn't have to be bonded, and she doesn't have to be under an oath. And there's a problem. And for her to make $10,000 more because someone let an error continually keep sliding through, then I don't understand. I mean, if I'm wrong in seeing that that's not right, then somebody correct me, because I honestly think that it's wrong, and somewhere down the line it needs to be fixed. And the question would be is, how are we going to fix it? And you know, I mean, and I understand what you're saying, Gary, and it's happened several times that you keep saying that, but when my ladies keep being heard that they're a clerk is a clerk is a clerk, then that affects them. And it actually hurts them, because they think that they're not worth anything, which they are. They are a vital part of the court system, and they are worth that, plus a whole lot more. But to someone to just say a clerk is a clerk is a clerk, and why should we make a deputy clerk who has to be under oaths and bonds, that they don't get that salary adjustment? You know, that's not the same thing as a scanning clerk. You know, a scanning clerk just sits there and drops paper in, and they make the same base salary as my ladies.
Well, like I said, I'm not suggesting there's not room for improvement, but if we're gonna fix it, we ought to fix it right. We ought to let HR go off, they ought to do salary surveys. You need to,
But if we spend that $40,000 to do that salary adjustment, are we gonna do anything with it? I mean, I've been hearing salary, surveys for I don't know how many years
15,
now.
16 years, I get it.
And it is yet to be done or even be started on.
Okay, so if I follow your scenario and we take care of your staff, okay? Hers are deputies,
I
okay?
understand.
So where do I stop?
I understand, but she's also an elected official who could take care of her employees as well and ask for the same thing. However, I did go out and say that, the county clerk, I know that they follow the same statutes and rules that we do. There's no reason that they shouldn't have the same thing.
And it just keeps going.
But the thing is, you're not defining a clerk. You had a scanner clerk
that sat over in the auditor's office who was making the very same base salary as my ladies and Pam's ladies. Now, if y'all think that's correct, then y'all tell me to shut up and go home, and I will. But I don't think that's right, because that person's not held to the standards that our ladies are held to.
So, I obviously don't have the answer. You know me, not my style to lie to you, say, hey, we have some anomalies. Do I personally support going and taking budget dollars to fix that this year? I don't. I mean, because you can, I appreciate your passion, I trust you, you know that. I don't discount what your employees are doing, nor hers, but every elected official in here could come in here and be passionate and put forth the same case and point out those anomalies. And at some point in time, this body has to say, how are we going to pay for it?
I understand.
And it goes back. I mean, we can make everybody plush for the next 3 or 4 years. I mean, gosh almighty, go give them a buck an hour, you know, and in 3, 4 years down the road, say, well, we used to have 5 of you, now we can only afford 3.
Oh, I understand what you're saying.
But do you?
I do understand what you're saying.
Because
I've been there.
But if I take a knee-jerk reaction and try to fix a problem, and I am absolutely a fixer. I'm a type A, and you know, if I can fix it, I want to try to fix it. But at the same time, I'm a long-term planner. I mean, they got a great retirement program. We're spending money every year to make sure that it stays where it stays. We got a great insurance program. Are there anomalies? Or, you know, we probably never pay people enough. Our big issue, sheriff's office and EMS. You know, trying to keep staff. I mean, all of them.
Okay, I understand, but you need to, we got to keep staff too. They do work out there, and if we can't keep staff because they're going other places, how are we supposed to keep up with what they're doing out there?
Well, see, and at some point, we need to, you ever have one of those moments? At some point, we look at turnover. How much turnover have you had in the last 2 or 3 years?
Y'all look at my turnover.
Is it? Tell me.
Yeah,
Is it huge?
I'm losing them. You can ask Pam. I'm losing them because they're going to higher paid jobs within the county. And that's a problem. It's a big problem.
So,
I mean, I no more get one trained and someone else is leaving to go somewhere that makes more money.
And do I think a clerk is a clerk's clerk? A lot of the admin assistants are basically the same level. Is that, I mean, on the pay scale. And then the difference becomes longevity and stuff of that nature. But if you go look at the pay scales, I'm going to suggest that they don't all make the same money.
I'm assuming, yes. And that's why I'm trying to get a base salary difference, to get it changed so that those positions are respectively paid to what their duties are.
Yeah. Again, probably every elected official could come up here very passionately and explain how their folks are the most crucial employees that we have.
And I'm not denying that. I'm telling you, I'm just talking about a clerk and to differentiate between a clerk, a scanning clerk, and a deputy clerk is different.
And I'm not disagreeing with you at all, but sitting on this side of the table, admitting there's anomalies, okay, I still have to consider law enforcement, EMS, district clerks, county clerks, what their contribution is to the county at some point.
And I understand that.
So,
but as I've asked him before, I respectfully ask each of you to please come visit our office. Please come see what these ladies do. But guys, I haven't seen any of you.
Do you? And I told you I'd try to come see you.
And the thing is that if y'all get to decide what these ladies make, I would at least hope that you would make an appearance so that you can see what they're doing.
At some point, I have to trust you, and I
understand,
do.
and I'm here asking for it.
And at the same time, we have a good dialogue going, and I'm saying, hey, I'm hearing you. Am I going to go fund it personally at this point? I'm not going to go fix yours and not fix hers, or not fix Brandy's, or not fix somebody else, because all I've done is add to the problem. Instead of a couple of anomalies, at whatever offices are in. Now I got anomalies in the district clerk's office. In the next budget cycle, I got somebody right here pointing to your office, and they may or may not say good things about your office, you know.
Right?
And so, but anyway, that's where I'm at. And so,
But, you know, when you talk about turnover, I have had my share of turnover, that's for sure. And it's not because they don't like my job or their job in that office. They are solely leaving for the money.
okay.
And they're leaving within the county for the money. And that's it hurts and it stings because we invest a lot into these people to train them.
As
And
does the sheriff's office and Road and Bridge and everybody else. I get it, Marcy, you know.
So,
But thank you.
yep. I mean, I would highly ask that you reconsider about my part-time because again, then that's just gonna offset the load over onto my ladies who are, you know, as well. But if you can reconsider that, I highly ask that you reconsider that, please.
Okay. I'm one vote.
So I understand. And I'm speaking to every one of them. Obviously, Jason's not here, but he can go back and listen to this. But I'm asking that you please reconsider taking that part-time up.
Okay. Well, that's like I said, we're spending, you're very passionate and convinced the court, hey, we need to be more aggressive, and we added $107,000, 2 years ago, onto a 3-year, no, you know, we're at $309,000 now. That's a huge investment in records preservation, and that means a lot.
And it stings. I know because that stung me. But the thing is that it had to start somewhere, and it should have already been started several years ago prior to Marcy. But you've got to start somewhere, and having those records going is a huge step.
Hindsight's always 20/20.
Yeah.
But at some point, we had to make decisions. Do we want records preservation? We want employee raises.
Yeah.
You know,
I understand.
because we're steady spending it.
So
And see, like I said, hindsight's 20/20, but it is what it is at this point. It's $300,000 a year into records preservation.
But I do ask that if at all possible, please do not take my part-timer away because that helps the other ladies take that off of them to be able to do the other jobs too.
And just because we don't come see them don't mean we don't appreciate them, you know.
Well, you come tell them that.
Yeah.
So, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you. You want this on?
What are you doing? Turning something on, turning something off? You had that look on your face like,
I couldn't get it to go off, but you have to hold it down until it goes off.
thank you. Easy, Judge, now. It's too early to get choked up.
All right, what's next?
I will, I say we leave that there dying for lack of a motion till Jason gets back. Personally, my position hasn't changed. I would look, after that conversation of trying to get 2 additional people into the training, that we, again, take a hard look at those conferences.
Well, good. Ted Cruz has been listening. He's congratulated us, by the way.
For what?
He said my staff gave your donor profile 5 stars. There it is.
Our donor, did we just give up a kidney or what?
Yeah, I know.
I feel like it, but here's courthouse maintenance. I don't know that we want to tackle that. Non-departmental, that's a jail roof. Don't know that we want to tackle that. IT, that's the phones. The couple of things there that I thought that could certainly be postponed was the $7,197 for courthouse digital signs. Again, I think it's just what it says, digital information signs for the courthouse.
How many, do you know what that was, Chelsea?
I'm pretty sure it's just the, the wooden signs that are out in the front telling you where to go in the courthouse.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are digital.
Yeah. And then he had a super wiping device for $4,100, and he had a patch management for $1,653. That was an increase. So I don't think we want to deal with that one today.
I agree with you, those three in particular.
The commissioner's office, we showed we showed no changes, but we need a printer and a scanner for our admin.
Is that something that you can, would that come out of the IT budget?
I don't know that, Judge. I think that's, but
Be a good reason to.
we need to ask that question. And then on my budget, I need to change, you've got this, Pam? I need to change my extra labor to $59,000. That's to fund 2 part-time. And I need to change electricity to $9,500. That's 2 different line items.
What are they now?
Okay, you're on my budget, okay? I need to change it to $59,000. I think it's like 30. I think it's 35 in there right now, but I want to change it to 59. That's 2 part-times. Y'all got that one? And then I need to increase my electricity to $9,000. And I don't know if we've ever been approving commissioners' budgets, but if it is, that'd be my motion to make those changes, request approval.
You need a second on that?
Do I? Yeah,
I'll second Gary's motion for his advance or his changes.
We have a motion, Commissioner Hollowell, second Commissioner Arndt. Did you get the motion?
the change, yeah.
Yeah.
I have one more here that I didn't notice any remarkable change in, and that was the compliance office.
Let's vote on that one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we'll vote on that one. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And there are none. Motion passes 4-0.
I'm sorry. The compliance office, Shannon Ing's office, I didn't see any remarkable changes in it. I would make the motion that we leave hers as is.
Second.
Motion Commissioner Hollowell, second Commissioner Arndt. We leave compliance as is. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? There are none.
Ag extension. I didn't see anything on ag extension. And again, guys, y'all know we'll get to make changes to this as needed before the final, so. But I'm gonna make the motion that we approve that one.
What is their travel?
Judge, you're challenging me.
No.
Caused me to have to swap screens. See, I don't know what their number is.
I think we're still talking.
Wait, no motion yet. He's looking up the travel.
What I recall, there was no change in it, judges, because what I noted on my spreadsheet was above and beyond last year's, is what, so my spreadsheet wasn't
Okay.
too busy. When do you guys find it on your paper documents?
I'm still looking in mine here. Gotta do it on my phone, my computer battery died.
It's the travel on
The judge asked about travel. What's the numbers for, we got the probation officers.
4H, here we go.
At the bottom of it, it should say,
Texas County Extension.
at the bottom it should say Ag Extension, Judge.
Travel.
Extension. Oh, yeah, here's 4-H, all that. The 4-H agent was 2,500. The health was 2,500. Every one of them stayed the same. Mileage for the 4-H agent was 4,000. She left hers the same. Now, what's interesting here is they got a mileage for the county agent. Okay, never mind. I thought it was a duplicate for a minute. Guys, they didn't make any changes from last year. Yeah.
Because I'm sure that I did, that's one office I did ask. Sure.
But your conference and travel being two different things here.
Well, but I asked for travel.
Yeah, because on, their travel, they do a bunch of mileage stuff, but it's not just, conference stuff.
They never hit it.
Do what?
They never hit their amount. They're always about
Well,
half.
there's one of them, you go back about 3 years,
Yeah.
and they spent 37, let me borrow that again, please, Judge.
Yeah, there's really only one thing that changed, and they went down like 800.
665, 665. If the general public could see these budgets, they'd understand why we have so much fun.
Are you using your tabs that I worked so hard on? No.
Did you actually, are they in today's agenda under tabs?
No.
Okay.
I only sent it to you all at one time because it was so hard to get you guys.
So what I'm trying to do is find it on Shelley's budget where she sent it to us after she modified it with the 3%. Now, you could probably teach me to search on.
It's Control F. You can type in the number.
Shift Control F.
Or just Control F.
Control F.
She paid for these tabs.
If you look at the conference for the HE, it went from It was running along at 8,500, went to 3,400, went down to 600. And of course, we don't even have an agent right now. It's sitting there with $5,000 that we're gonna go fund and charge a tax rate to, that we could drop that probably to about 2,500.
Yeah, that would be good.
Uh,
Are we even talking about an agent again at this time?
I hadn't heard a word about agent.
Haven't either.
You know, so you gotta, yeah, I haven't. As far as I know, we're absent an agent.
How long have we been?
Seemed like about a year. Matt would know better now.
It's
When did our last agent leave? 4H? Okay,
2022, now 2023.
So, been gone a little over a year, hadn't she?
Yeah.
We could come back and we could look at that one. But it's one of those things, if they don't spend it, it comes back into to us anyway. The only problem with doing that is it goes into that number when we're trying to set our tax rate. You know, 5,000 here and 10,000 there, before you know it, you got a penny. What's wrong, Pam? Is it cold? Oh.
Any of you heard from Jason yet? Other than,
No. Did we do the compliance office? We did that one, right?
yep.
And we voted, and we're hung up on ag extension now?
Well, we're, and the only thing that we were hunting was the travel, which I think from that, everything is the same except they came down on $800 on one item there. So I'd say let's just, for now, let them,
Got a motion?
that's a motion,
Second.
To approve as presented.
right?
Ag extension. Then, the next one is the VA.
Yeah, I just got a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to move on.
I know you are, but I gotta have a second.
All in favor? Oh, the second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? There are none. Motion passes 4-0.
Okay, that was ag extension.
Yes.
All right, victims assist, not victims assistance, Veterans Affairs.
Veterans Affairs.
He didn't ask for any changes, so I'd make a motion, we approve that one.
Second.
All those in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'd make a motion, we adjourn.
Motion, Commissioner Hollowell to adjourn. Second. All in favor? Aye.
Thank
Any
you.
opposed?
Who seconded?
There are none.
Judge.
I did.
Matt.
It's usually Jason's thing.
What time you adjourn?
We're gonna adjourn at 15:26.